Shalom, shalom, Julio, shalom, Rudy. Yeah, waiting for the brother to hop on in a little bit. Um, no contradictions, just misunderstandings. Hey, well, tune in, brother, because I know last time you were on, you wanted, Louis to share his sources, and I think that's what he's going to be doing tonight. He's going to share you guys some sources from what the scholars are saying and stuff like that. Matter of fact, here he is right now.
Yo,
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
yo, my bad. I was on your channel and I was waiting. I was waiting to the countdown and you didn't show up. So I'm just sitting there like back and forth. So I didn't know like I had to back out of it to get on. So my apologies for the lateness.
All right. Yeah. I think this was the brother that was on with us that one time last week or something like that. So I was just telling him that he should tune in because I told him how this time you be bringing out your sources and reading from your sources and stuff.
Yeah, of
So
course.
if brother want to tune in for that, you know what I'm saying, waiting for brothers to come in. I didn't even share this on my Facebook yet either.
Yeah, I'm down. I could wait. Doesn't matter. I could wait for people to come on.
All right. All right, let me share real quick. Put the music back up a little bit. All right, shalom, shalom, everybody. Let me lower the music a little bit. So it was good. It was good. Got your stuff together, man. Got your notes together.
Yeah, I got some stuff together. You can
All right.
share.
Let
So
just let the people know what you're gonna bring out tonight for them. What books you're gonna be reading for them, so they could get a better understanding of how the conversation is gonna entail.
yeah, so basically I'm just gonna get into the varying contradictions that are in the Torah, the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible. And just going into, I'm gonna read a little bit of the Owaspi. That's like the main premise of the whole dialogue, and then from there, I'm just gonna read from sources because I didn't really take notes or whatever to be speaking from my own words. But from time to time, I'll be speaking from my own understanding. But I'll be reading, from people like Dr. Stephen Matai from Contradictions of the Bible, also Martha Helen Jones from the Lost Data, the Chariots of the Elohim. That's another thing, and that's considered what Lost Dad on the Chariots of the Elohim. Yeah, that's Martha Helen Jones. I'll be reading from that. I'll also be reading a little bit of see, so I can get this author. I don't want to say it wrong. Yeah. I want to say James D. Elliott shows up. Oh, or anyways, I'm not going to sit there and mess with that. But I'm just going to start off with the Owaspi for like the main premise and basically how I came to this conclusion and just was starting my research. So basically, here in the book of Judgment in the Owaspi Bible, in chapter 36, verse 1, it says, and I'm going to read this slowly. It says, God says, behold, the work of my hand, O man, as you find an old house no longer habitable, you send workmen to pull it down, and then you send laborers to clear away the rubbish. And afterward, you bring builders and they lay a new foundation, larger and broader than the old one. And upon it, they build you a new edifice. Adapted with new improvements for the increase in requirements of your family. Even so has your God labored for hundreds of years to prepare for the generations of this day. For I, for I saw beforehand that man would circumscribe the earth, and that all the nations and peoples of it would become known to one another. And I also saw that in the coming time, which is now here, the old edifices of doctrines, creeds, and religions, including those of the Brahmins, the Buddhists, Jews, Christians, and Mohammedans, which would be Muslims, will not fulfill the requirements of man. And now, behold, O man, the wisdom of Jehovah and his preparations. He has permitted corruptions and contradictions to creep into the sacred books of all the said great religions, purposely and with design, so as to make easy the work of your God. And when I saw that the coming together of nations and peoples will require a new religious edifice, I perceived also that the old ones must be cleared away. And behold, I, your God, went to work systematically, inspiring man to accomplish that which man has now accomplished. I raised up scholars and infidels against these religions, inspire them to attack the corruptions and contradictions in the sacred books of all these peoples. And in the same time that I sent infidels against the Jewish Bible, which would be the Tanakh, the Torah, I sent infidels against the Hindu Bibles and against the doctrine of Brahma.
You're breaking up real quick.
I hear. Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you better. Okay, you just broke off just for like the last 2 seconds, but go ahead.
So basically, he says, in the same time that I sent infidels against the Jewish Bible, I sent infidels against the Hindu Bibles and against the doctrines of Brahma, Buddha, and Confucius, and against the Christians and the Muslims. And I made the beginning of the work of these infidels and scholars to correspond with the discovery of Gautama. Going on, go for it. That's basically what it is. And he says that, yeah, so that's basically the premise. The premise is that the contradictions were leaked in by the God of this age to clear us all of the old edifices that were, which are these old sacred texts, these old doctrines, or what have you. And I was only reading that to show that it's nothing personal. There's nothing personal against the Torah or the Jews or the Israelites. It's just their texts are one of many corrupt texts that are out there. It's speaking of many texts. It's not something that's specifically attacking the Bible or those people. That's why I wanted to read that to let people know that it's nothing personal on the Owaspi's end. It's a little
Okay, yeah,
personal on my end. Hmm?
exactly. That's why he just, if everybody just heard what he just read, he just mentioned many other books like Krishna, and other religions out there, and the Quran and stuff like that. So, like the brother just said, it wasn't just attacking just the Bible.
Yeah.
So
So no one feels like it's a personal attack. Your Bible is just one of many corrupt Bibles the Owaspi's talking about. You know what I'm saying? So don't feel like you're the false religion or the false doctrine. No, there's a whole lot of them, and I'm not going to get into all of them. We're only going to stick to what it says. At the same time, I allow contradictions and corruptions to creep into the Jewish Bible. We're just going to stick to the Jewish Bible, which is the Torah, the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to delve too much into the New Testament. We're just going to look at the Hebrew Bible for now. That's it. That has enough contradictions. So one moment. Ugh.
no, he doesn't, Walter.
Hold on, let me look at the chat. I'm not even peeping the chat.
Yeah, I'll be posting up the things on the screen so you can read it out loud, so you can see for yourself what they're saying.
Heard that, but I can dig it.
He already told you last time we talked about it. He said that even the Owaspi told you that it's not flawless. You know what I'm saying? Not to
Yeah,
take
the
everything.
WASP is not flawless at all. It's not. It doesn't never says that it's infallible. It's not an infallible book. No book is infallible. And if anything, when the angels inspired John Bellanubro, who was the author of the WASP, he's not the true author, but he was the vessel in which was used to have the WASP come about. They allow contradictions or corruptions to sneak in to the OWASP for that reason. So man, because man has a habit of worshiping books, using them as an authority. So we're not going by authority, we're going by merit. So when I go by merit, I can read all sacred texts and find truth in all sacred texts if I allow it, if I, sit there and read them objectively and not subjectively. And I take the time to correspond truths to see what it's really saying. We're going to get into what the Bible is. That's going to be the next thing that I read now. So
I think he said he's asking about the Owaspi. He's asking if the Owaspi book is a philosophy or a holy book. Well, that would be the last question, and then after that, the brother Louis is going to go in.
is the OWASP a philosophy or a holy book? I guess OWASP can be both. You can consider a book of philosophy and a holy book because it has philosophy, addresses philosophy. You dig what I'm saying? And the only thing holy I can say about it as far as it being designed is it purports to be the books of heaven. You know what I'm saying? From or taken from the libraries of heaven. All this histories that you read, you know, uh,
You're breaking up again. No, you're still kind of breaking up.
Okay, so I'm gonna try
Okay, there you
my
go.
other headphones real quick. I'm gonna take these headphones off and I'm gonna try my other headphones real quick.
Uh, Julio's asking who wrote it and where was it found. Yeah, you're still breaking up right now. No, you're dark. Nah, you're still kind of choppy. You might have to like sit somewhere else, maybe.
Probably what it is. Because I'm in the basement.
You good now? Or you found a better place?
Yeah, I'm still putting it together. One moment. You're right on. Can you hear me better?
Yeah.
Because I'm like in the basement, so I probably gotta sit like directly underneath the modem or the router or whatever the router. So what he say? Who wrote it? Where was it found? So the WASP was written by John Bellanubro under the inspiration of automatic writing. Basically, the system where angels, where he was possessed by higher entities, angels, what have you, spiritual entities. They wrote through him through a period of a year, and that was from 1880 to 1881. And he was writing in New York. And yeah, it wasn't found. It was written in New York, and it was published in 1882. So it was finished in 1881 and published in 1882. And John Ballard Newber was a Freemason. Prior to receiving the revelation of the Oahspe, he was a dentist, a spiritist. You get what I'm saying? So you can go do your research about him. But when it comes to the Oahspe, he's irrelevant to the conversation. Even though he is the author, he's not promoted by the Oahspe. He's not told to be followed because the Oahspe doesn't say to follow it. The Oahspe is for the inquiring mind. If you inquire of spiritual things and higher things and knowledge of the afterlife and of the heavenly realms, the Oahspe is the book you want to read, because the Bible doesn't get into those aspects all like that. You have extra biblical books like the Book of Enoch that gives you glimpses of those things, but it doesn't do a systematic breakdown of the heavenly reaches and how they work like the Oahspe does. You're only going to get that out of the Oahspe. That's why John Ballard Newbro is irrelevant to that conversation. But if you want to do your research on him, please do. You know what I'm saying? So, but starting in, we're looking at contradictions in the Bible, and the author of this website is Dr. Stephen Mattei, right? And we're going to start of what is the Bible, what we call the Bible today. And he starts off by saying, what do we mean when we ask, what is the Bible? Think about it for a moment. Think about the question. What about the question might already assume or take for granted? Think about the ways in which we might respond to such a question about the assumptions or predispositions we might harbor that would influence our response prior to actually examining and studying the biblical text itself. For instance, what I, as a biblical scholar, mean by this question, the same as someone whose relationship to the text is defined by their faith. Should it be different? How exactly does one or should one go about answering our question in the first place? My one's faith or inherent presuppositions about the text prematurely prescribe that the response ought to be prior to actually investigating the biblical text on its own terms? In other words, have we as individuals, faith communities, a culture already imposed a predefined answer to the question, what is the Bible? That is rather based on what the Bible means to us as individuals and faith communities? Aren't the questions, what is the Bible and what does the Bible mean, two different questions? Wouldn't the latter question elicit a subjective response? That is one that is defined by a subject, in this case, the reader or hearer of the text. Does this have anything to do with what the Bible is on an objective level? That is, does not one question focus on understanding the Bible from the perspective of its subjects, what it means to its readers, real or implied? While the other question focuses on understanding the Bible from the object of study itself, namely the biblical text and what it reveals about its own compositional nature, what it is independent of what the text has come to mean to its vast and divergent readership. And how are we to distinguish between what the Bible is and what the Bible means? If it's a given that the Bible means something to us as a culture, as individuals, then we have not already prematurely answered the question, what is the Bible? With the response appropriate to what does the Bible mean, could in fact what the Bible means to a particular individual, community, or culture be completely different than or even at odds with what the Bible actually is? What if this turns out to be the case? As we can see, the question, what is the Bible, is more complex than what initially appeared. The questions above were meant to get us thinking about not only the complexities behind our query, but more so the assumptions and predispositions that we might unconsciously harbor that would influence our responses. In other words, we must distinguish objective responses, what the Bible tells us about itself and its compositional nature, from subjective responses, what the Bible means or is with respect to its readership. Our aim should be to provide an objective response to our query. What do the biblical texts themselves reveal about the Bible, about what the Bible is? Yet before we embark on this discovery, there are other preliminaries to ponder. What was the Bible before the Bible was? Independently, written texts and traditions to answer this section's question directly. We will return to this topic later, but presently we need to get our heads around the word Bible and all that implies and invokes. For instance, the question, what is the Bible, already presupposes an existence of the Bible, but the Bible itself is composed of texts that were all created and written before there ever was a Bible. So, what is our question really asking? What are the textual components of what later generations came to label the Bible? Or are we talking about the word Bible means or signifies, or what the label Bible implies or imposes as an imperative or interpretive framework upon those earlier one separate texts? In other words, how exactly does this later label, the Bible, which means book, affect our reading and understanding of these earlier one separate texts? Is what is implied and invoked through the term Bible, book, something different than what were the once independent scrolls and codices that are now bookended together under this label? Does the word or concept associated with Bible impose a different interpretive understanding of what the Bible is than an examination of the individual biblical text before there was a Bible? Is therefore the question, what is the Bible, asking us what the collection of texts as a book means and implies? Or is the question asking us about the texts that were before the Bible, was their authors, their audiences, and the historical circumstances that prompted these texts to be written in the first place? Apparently, then, the question, what is the Bible, already prejudices and presupposes a biased answer to that which is already taken as an unquestioned given in the question itself, namely that our question is posed to and of a book. Since Bible means book, our question already presupposes we are dealing with a book, and therefore dealing with that, with what this label means and implies when applied to an earlier assortment of independent texts. But isn't this a different query than inquiring about the nature of the biblical texts themselves before there was a Bible? One query implies its object of study is a book, itself a subjective label, a label applied as a result of a particular readership's understanding and perception of these texts, while the other implies its objects of study are the one separate texts and traditions which were independently written over a period of roughly 1,000 years by varying authors and under diverse historical circumstances and religious and political convictions before they were co-opted by a later generation of readers as part of this so-called book. We know that the Bible we know that the Bible as we have it was not formed until the 3rd century AD and largely under a Christian interpretive agenda. Would our answer to the question, what is the Bible, be the same or similar to that of a culture or community which existed before there was a Bible? In other words, what the Bible is the same as what the Bible's many scrolls or Biblia or books were or meant to pre-biblical communities? What if we were hypothetically to ask a community of Hellenistic Jews living circa the dawn of the Common Era, what were the scrolls that they were reading commonly know as a scroll of the law and the scrolls of the prophets? Do you think the response will be similar to our response to the question, what is the Bible? Should it be? What about the ascetic Jews living at Qumran who were frantically copying and safeguarding numerous scrolls, deemed both canonical and non-canonical by later communities? Would they respond similarly? Or what about the Judean Jews, the educated scribes and Levites living in the 5th, 4th centuries BCE, who actually collected, codified, and authenticated as scripture the texts and traditions that now make up the scrolls of the law of Moses, the Torah? Would they respond similarly? The question, what is the scroll of the law of Moses, cannot possibly invoke the same response nor mean the same thing as what is the Bible. Would its additional 61 books, different agendas, different audiences, and different expressed political and religious concerns and beliefs, could it? Should it? What if we moved even further back in time to the actual authors of the text and traditions that later became collected together and labeled as the Bible? To the Levite priest writing a scroll in the 7th century BCE that will become the core of the book of Deuteronomy. What was the text he was writing and to whom? This is certainly not the Bible, nor even envisioned as part of what almost 10 centuries later will be labeled the Bible by vastly different people, for vastly different audiences, and to address vastly different concerns and beliefs. What about his Levite priest's rival, the Aaronite priest writing a century or two later, 6th, 5th centuries BCE, who most probably was writing a scroll, now the book of Leviticus and a large portion of Numbers, to replace the scroll of his Levite predecessor to denounce the claims written therein? Would these two priestly schools have responded similarly to what they thought was the scroll they were writing? Is this the same as what is the Bible? Or what of the chronicler, the author of the book of Chronicles, who living in the 4th century BCE, rewrote the history of Israel as preserved in the earlier book of Samuel and Kings in order to have history now present and address the chronicler's own religious concerns, beliefs, and worldview? What did he think were the scrolls, what he was writing? And what were the scrolls that he saw himself replacing? Are these all to be answered with the same response, what is the Bible? We could go on like this, citing many more examples, and we have not even addressed the New Testament authors, many of whom dramatically changed the parameters of what is or what was becoming the Bible. Furthermore, the Bible itself, as it was formed, even preserves variant responses to our question, what is the Bible? To take one example out of many, Paul's dispute with his Jewish brethren, as depicted in his letter to the Galatians, circa 54 to 56 A.D., is not only one centered around the reinterpretation of the figure of Abraham, but the whole biblical story. Paul's hypothetical answer to the question, what is the law and the prophets, since the Bible was still not created, would not would have not only clashed with the Judean church's response as depicted in the Galatian debate, but also with the responses from the chronicler, our 7th century BC Levite priest, the author of the book of Ezekiel and even of Isaiah. Although Paul cites this text to support his gospel, reading Isaiah through an interpretive lens or a new interpretive lens, these examples can be duplicated hundreds of times. What becomes apparent from this brief survey is that the modern response to what is the Bible is not at all equivalent to asking about the nature of each of its independent texts before the Bible was. In other words, what the Bible is for our modern culture is vastly different from what the scroll that would become the book of Leviticus was to its author and community. And this example can be duplicated hundreds of times when we look at the text that eventually became the Bible independently on their own terms. What the Bible is, therefore, cannot be reduced to an interpretive framework imposed by later generations of readers, but must be answered with respect to the pre-biblical texts themselves, each of which were written independently to address the specific needs, concerns, and beliefs of specific communities living in different geopolitical worlds and time periods. And I'll pause right there if you want to interject or say anything.
There's a few things I wanted to, a few things I wanted to say. Matter of fact, I'll address the last thing that you just said. When you said that the writings were basically they were basically later on written by other authors to basically give Israel basically a history, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And again, I can totally agree with that argument because I tell people that all the time when they keep talking about this Torah argument, and I keep telling them that they don't have the original Torah and that, this stuff is later on written. Because, a lot of these people like to try to discredit the New Testament because a lot of the oldest gospels, like the Syriac Sinaiticus, goes like around like 200, about 200 and like I think like 39 AD or something like that. And they
Mm-hmm.
always come with those questions about, oh, why do we have writings that are coming much later than Christ and and John and Mark and them living? You know what I'm saying? And I tell them, well, the same argument that you're making towards the New Testament, we can easily make it with the Old Testament also. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of those writings did came later on. And the second point I wanted to make, about what you read, is that people have to understand that what he just read is basically saying that these writers, when they were writing in different time periods, right, that there was different gods being worshipped, there was different politics being played. You have kings, wicked kings of Israel who had their own wicked agendas, right, and had their scribes and stuff like that, basically backing up their wickedness or their righteousness, whatever they the claims they wanted to show in their time period. But this is the reason why we're saying that, okay, maybe it's not contradictions, right? But what you have to realize is that throughout these different time periods, there were different agendas going around, rulerships, state of minds, and philosophies that were going around in different time periods. You know what I'm saying? And this is why we're seeing a lot of this clashing going on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
you.
is definitely why there's debates. You know, so this is why you have people who have certain doctrines that read the same Bible as you, and then you can find verses that oppose those doctrines because that's why you have that. You're getting it from communities that had different doctrines, different theologies. You know what I'm saying? And so on and so forth. And all Ezra and them did was take these traditions that existed, these doctrines or what have you, and assembled them. You know what I'm saying? He put them together. He stitched them together and called it, whatever they called that time, their version of the Bible. They stitched together and called it the law, the law code or whatever. But these all came at different times and by different authors, and you see that throughout the text. So he says here next, I'm not sure, are you done? You're okay. So next he says, what is the Bible revisited? Because he never answered the question in the first part. So he goes on to say, And again, I'm reading from a scholar. The reason why I opened up with the WASPy, this dialogue is not going to be about the WASPy. I only opened up with the WASPy to show that that was my premise or how I got to this conclusion of the contradictions, and it caused me how the WASPy said it raised up other scholars and infidels to come against these contradictions. That's what I'm reading from. People that have nothing to do with the WASPy that I know of that are
And that
just
basically, it's funny what you're saying because that's basically what I teach. But in a sense, I teach that it's like the Most High sending basically wicked or evil messengers to the so-called prophets. So you have prophets that are getting prophesied by good angels or whatever, good messengers, and then you have certain prophets getting prophesied by bad angels and giving them false prophecies and false laws and stuff like that.
which is why
So
you
it's
have to
basically
test
the
the
same
spirit.
thing. It's almost the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, God tests the spirits at the end of the day to see because that's why false prophets are bound. But the Most High within the WASPy, the text that I read, says that in later times that's what He was going to bring. He was going to inspire, raise up infidels, people who will come in, feign to be part of your religion to see what you got going on, and go in there and intercept and give you vice versa, and then bring down that religion that's going to corrupt, not corrupt, but bring forth the corruption. That's why you have the scholars. So I chose to read from the scholars, people who have no connections to a WASPy, just to show you what the book is talking about. But this is not a dialogue about a WASPy. It's just mentioned. I used it as a core because that's how I really got to the meat and potatoes of this was through the WASP because I'm like the WASP saying there's contradictions in all these texts and including the Jewish Bible. So let me go back and look at some critical biblical scholarship and actually look at these inconsistencies and see what it's about. And it is. So it's not saying that Israel's not a real people or nothing like that. It's just the things that you believe about them in the Bible may not be accurate. You know what I'm saying? Because from my research, a lot of that shit was written by Israel's enemies, and people who had alternate agendas. So a lot of the things you read are not real history; they're quasi history, because they've been corrupted and tampered by people who have agendas. But going forward with this,
Just real quick, and that's something that's very powerful that you just said. Notice what you just said, people, that these certain books were written while other people were in power. Think about it, right? Like Nebuchadnezzar, King Cyrus, right? And these certain individuals, right, that were ruling and had the scribes with them, right? Now think about this, where in Isaiah, what is it, 45, where it says Cyrus my anointed, right? Cyrus my, who I have chosen. Was he really chosen? Or maybe during the reign of Cyrus, since he was the king, right? What you gonna write about the king? You're gonna write beautiful things about the king, especially if the king probably even liked you guys, right?
and did
Maybe he
Isaiah really write that about King Cyrus, or was that someone purporting to be Isaiah? That's the whole thing. Would Isaiah really say that about King Cyrus?
exactly. Same thing with Nebuchadnezzar and stuff like that. Saying these people are putting while they're in their rulership, maybe the people that were writing for them were influenced by these kings. And of course, if you're writing something positive, they're going to allow that stuff to go into your so-called scriptures. You know what I'm saying? Why would Cyrus, who was ruling at that time, would allow you to write something negative about him or the way he's ruling and running things? You know what I'm saying? He's not going to allow that to be put on any text. But hey, if you write something good, like hey, he did let us go. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that whole story is exaggerated about, him making a decree and all the other stuff. That could be exaggerated. Maybe he just let us go and we just went back to Israel. It could have just easily been that. But since he was in rulership at the time, why not write something good about him? Oh, he was anointed by God, right? Now, if you ask a normal Israelite, who could be anointed, they will easily tell you who. Only Israel. This book is only about Israel. It's for Israel, by Israel, and all this other stuff. But then when you start bringing out King Cyrus, they have to swallow that pill. But at the same time, deep inside they still feel like, nah, not even King Cyrus. You know what I'm saying? So the question becomes is like, all right, well, did he write himself into this book to make himself look good in your Hebrew
Exactly.
text? There's something to think about. Like I said, brother, we're just opening people's minds to open your thought process, and to get down to the nitty gritty. Just like in today, right? We have today's society. We live in America, right? We've been witnesses to like four different presidencies in our lifetime, whatever the case may be, right? You know what I'm saying? The way we live our lives, right? Now, To some Israelites, right, who live good lives, right, because we live in America, you get to eat good. You're eating three meals a day, so you might actually write good things about this certain captivity that you're in, even though you're still under captivity, right? But then you have other captivities that we were treated much harshly, like about Egypt. We used to, people would complain about how we were treated in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? They were making us work, building pyramids, and whatever the case may be. So negative things got written about the Egyptians. It's all about perspective about the time periods that you're in and under the rulership that you're under of how you're going to feel about the captivity you're in, whether you're getting treated either good or bad. Like right now, the way we're living, we'll all say that hey, it's pretty fucking good. But 300 years ago, our ancestors would have said something completely different. Like,
Hmm.
nah, we're here working these plantations. They're working us to death in Puerto Rico. Whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? It's a different perspective on different time periods.
And
Even
you
though
see that
we're under
expressed
the
in their
same
writings and his
captivity.
tradition.
Yeah, but even though we're under the same captivity, we can have different perspectives under the same captivity.
Yep.
That's all it is. But go ahead, brother.
So going forward, um, it says, "What is the Bible revisited?" Because, like I said, he didn't answer the question in the first or the second paragraph. It says, "So what does the Bible itself tell us about its compositional nature?" We are now able to respond to this question. The Bible is a collection of ancient texts and traditions. Granted, this does not tell us much, but it is an objective starting point and one that can readily be accepted by Jews and Christians of various persuasions, and even agnostics and atheists. Indeed, there is not much here to dispute. A glance at the Bible's table of contents will only confirm our initial assessments. The Bible is, in fact, a compilation of other books, a book composed of other books. In other words, the Bible is a composite text, a text composed out of earlier texts and traditions. This very fact presents us with a bit of irony. The Bible, a word which literally means book, is actually no book at all, but rather a collection of 66 different books. And that number 66 is important because the number six is an incomplete number. Um, but it says, but rather a collection of 66 different books or scrolls and codices to be exact. Hebrew books and Christian books, respectively, all of which once existed independently and were variously written over a period of roughly 1,000 years by different authors for different audiences and to address ever changing historical needs, concerns, and beliefs. Thus, in a very specific sense, the Bible or book is merely a term, indeed laden with meaning, that was applied to a collection of earlier texts, scrolls, and codices by and for a later generation of readers who sought to address the needs and concerns of their own historical circumstances. Yet the Bible is also perhaps even more so these ancient scrolls and codices themselves, which are now bookended together under the label of the book. So I'm going to get into a different source, going into the actual sources. My other source gets into it too, but I want to go from his source because the source that I'm going to is part of his studies. And I also agree with, to a degree, at the mouth of every two or three witnesses, let a truth be established. I do agree with that to a degree. So I want to go to different witnesses.
To tell you the truth, though, according to the scriptures, when it mentions the out of the mouth of two to three witnesses, that's only really concerning the law. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really mean that you need to like how most Bible readers they would think that you need two to three witnesses if you're talking about a certain like prophecy. Like some people
Yeah.
will think that you need to back up a prophecy that Isaiah made or show
Hmm.
that the fulfillment that Isaiah made. That's not how it works. You know what I'm saying? When it talks about out of the mouth of two or three witnesses, that's basically talking about law. Basically, if someone's accusing you of something, they need two to three witnesses to speak against you. Meaning one person cannot just accuse you of sleeping with his wife. He would have to have two or three witnesses, meaning his neighbors, most likely, to attest to this stuff.
Hmm.
That's basically usually what it means. Usually, I don't. When people talk about that two to three witnesses, I don't want to usually allow them in biblical talk to try to tie them up with prophecies. Oh, let's talk about the mystery Babylon, and they try to go through like these three prophecies. Look, I gave you two to three witnesses. I was like, that's not what
Hmm.
it means. A
Hmm.
prophet does not need backup for his prophecy. That's why he's a prophet. But go
No,
ahead.
it makes sense. It does deal with the law because the first time you ever read it was when it's dealing with, I think, murder or something like that. You dig what I'm saying? So I just like it for correlations when it comes to witnesses to correlate for evidence or whatever. I like to use that. But at the end of the day, people, you can have two or three, you can have 20 witnesses, and y'all can conspire to lie against somebody who's innocent. You get what I'm saying? So you also got to take that into account. People can have more witnesses. That's why the OWASP even mentions that. Woe to you who say, we are many. We have witnesses. We are many. For that reason, people can come together as witnesses and lie against you. So that's not always the case. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, perfect example, bro. Back in the what is it, 16, 1700s with the witch, the witch finders, man. People just accusing people, just gather up in mobs, just be like, yeah, I saw that bitch fly on a broom, and
Uh,
they will all just agree with them, and then just drown an innocent woman. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, that happened a lot. Just people just false witnessing and hungry for blood, bro. We say that a lot, man. You know, what I'm saying a lot of these gods, man, they're just hungry for blood, man. Oh, just
That's
want
what it
bloodshed.
is. Love, power, respect, all that to be seen. So all goes into self. You know what I'm saying? Wanting to be seen, wanting to be top dog, not, wanting to have the spotlight, looking for the applause of men and women, their love and the adornment or whatever. You're not supposed to worry about all those things. But because of those things, people fall into corruption just to get those things. You know what I'm saying? So it's everywhere, bro. You have that ego and everything, even in the scholastic area, the field of academia. For instance, I'm reading from the Bible with sources revealed, and who's the author to this, so I don't talk out my ass, is Richard Elliott Friedman, author of the best-selling Who Wrote the Bible, if anybody's familiar with that. Again, this book is called Bible with Sources Revealed. So we go to his introduction, and he starts off by saying, for centuries, scholars from many backgrounds have worked on discovering how the Bible came to be. There were religious and non-religious, Christians and Jews. Their task was not to prove whether the Bible's words were divinely revealed to the authors. That is a question of faith, not scholarship. Rather, they were trying to learn and remember the fact of the Bible. The thing about the Bible being divine is not a question of scholarship. That's faith. That's your faith that would tell them that. But in scholarship, that's not something that we take into consideration. So, um, says their task was not to prove whether the Bible's words were divinely revealed to its authors. That is a question of faith, not a question of authorship. Rather, they were trying to learn the history of those authors, what they wrote, when they wrote, and why they wrote. The solution that has been the most persuasive for over a century is known as the documentary hypothesis. The idea of this hypothesis is that the Bible's first books were formed through a long process. Ancient writers produced documents of poetry, prose, and law over many centuries of years, and then editors use these documents as sources. Those editors fashion from these sources the Bible that people have read for some 2,000 years. Those who disagree with this hypothesis came from two opposite ends of the spectrum, the most traditional and the most radical. The most traditional scholars, mainly fundamentalist Christians and Orthodox Jews, adhere to the ancient answers to these questions. The first five books of the Bible were written down by Moses personally. The book of Joshua was written down by Joshua himself, and so on. The most radical scholars argue that the Bible's books were written later and later and that they were less and less true. One problem was that these groups of scholars only rarely engaged each other. Both traditional and radical scholars and laypersons who followed them have claimed that the hypothesis has been overthrown, that hardly anybody believes that anymore. But it must be said neither group has ever responded to the classic and current arguments that made the documentary hypothesis the central motto of the field. The hypothesis that supposedly no one believes anymore continues to be the motto on which most scholars work. It continues to be taught in courses in major universities and seminaries, and it continues to be outlined in introductory textbooks on biblical studies. The primary arguments for it continues to go undebated and frequently unmentioned. And this, where I'm coming from with the sources and the contradictions, that comes from the documentary hypothesis. So he says this lack of engagement was unfortunate. I can testify to this from my personal experience. On one side, I have engaged in discussion and debates with my more radical colleagues at professional meetings and in print. And on the other side, I have sat at the same table with Orthodox rabbis and even with fundamentalist Christian scholars. And when I have presented this subject in university classes, I have tried to be as sensitive to the feelings of my fundamentalist and Orthodox students as possible. The goal was not to shake them up or produce faith crises. Rather, I urge them to discuss these matters with their clergy, friends, family, or whomever they trusted to be helpful to them. I hope that we all learn that we can sit down with people with whom we disagree and learn together. And so it is a shame, and some of you need to be listening to this carefully, that traditional and radical scholars so rarely engage in scholarship with which they disagree. This should not come down to humorous disdain for the positions of others. It must come down to evidence. The collection of evidence in this book is meant to be the largest tabulation of evidence in one place a day, and it is hard data. Style is not included here, for example, since style is not usually a satisfactory criterion for distinguishing sources because it often involves subjective judgments. The exception is when we can observe an element of style that is definable and quantifiable. As an example of such an element, panning occurs, or paranomasia occurs frequently in some of the sources, but in rare in others. The straightforward tabulation of evidence appears in the pages that follow. This introduction, the heart and soul of this book, though, are to be found in the text of the Bible itself, which follows that tabulation. In this book, you will find that the text of the first 5 books of the Bible, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. These books are known collectively by several names, such as the Torah, from the Hebrew word meaning instruction, as the Humash, from the Hebrew word meaning five, as the Pentateuch, from the Greek meaning 5 scrolls, and as the 5 books of Moses, reflecting the tradition that Moses first wrote them down. The sources of these five books are distinguished from one another by means of differing type font styles and colors. The most persuasive thing is to read the text itself. So all he's doing is going into how he put it down. So I want to get into the basic hypothesis. So he says here that the basic hypothesis is that these biblical books were assembled from sources. The historical context in which these sources were written and then edited together was as follows. For 2 centuries, from 922 to 972, or excuse me, from 922 to 722 BCE, the biblical promised land was divided into 2 kingdoms, the kingdom of Israel in the north and the kingdom of Judah in the south. A text known as J was composed during this period. It is called J because from its varying sentence, or from its very first sentence, it refers to God by the proper name of Yud He Vav He, Yahweh in German, which was the language of many of the founding works in this field. It includes the famous biblical stories of the Garden of Eden, Cain and Abel, the flood, the Tower of Babylon, or Babel, plus stories of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as well as the stories of Joseph and then of Moses, the Exodus from Egypt, the revelation at Mount Sinai, and Israel's travels through the wilderness to the Promised Land. J was composed by an author living in the southern kingdom of Judah. A second text, known as E, was composed during the same period. E was composed by a priest living in the northern kingdom of Israel. It is called E because it refers to the deity simply as God, which in the original Hebrew is Elohim, or by the divine name El, in its stories until the time of Moses. That is, unlike J, the E text developed the idea that the proper name of God, Yud He Vav He, was not known on earth until God chose to reveal it to Moses. E does not include any stories of the Earth's early history, such as a creation or the flood. Its first part appears to be missing. It begins in the middle of the story of Abraham, and then includes stories of Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, the plagues and Exodus, the revelation of the mountain, and the wilderness travels. Some of these stories have parallels in the J stories, and some of them are different. For example, E includes the stories of the near sacrifice of Isaac and of the golden calf, which do not appear in J. J includes the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, which does not appear in E. And both J and E have the story of Joseph being sold into slavery, but the details of how it happened differ. And that's because I think one account tells you that Joseph was sold into slavery by Ishmaelites, and then one story says that it was the Midianites that came and bought his ass. They came and scooped him up. So one is the Ishmaelites and one is the Midianites. So it goes on. He says that E also includes the law code, which is from Exodus chapters 21 to 23, which also has no parallel in J. In the year 722 BCE, the Assyrian Empire destroyed the northern kingdom of Israel. J and E were then no longer separate by a border. These two versions of the people's history now existed side by side in the kingdom of Judah. In the years that followed, someone assembled a history that used both J and E, the Yahweh and the Elohim sources. The editor slash historian who combined J and E into a single work is known as the redactor of JE, or RJE for short. So whenever you see RJE, and critical biblical scholarship, They're talking about the redactor who took the scrolls from the southern kingdom and the scrolls from the northern kingdom and put them together. So you have that, and you also have sources just from the southern kingdom and just from the northern kingdom. The northern kingdom being Elohis, the southern kingdom being Yahweh's, because they use those names. The third main source is known as P because one of his centered concerns is the priesthood, right? This is the Aaronite priesthood. In critical scholarship, there are two main views of when it was composed. One view is that P was the latest of the sources, composed in the 6th or 5th centuries BCE. The other view is that P was composed not long after J and E were combined, specifically that it was produced by the Jerusalem priesthood as an alternative to the history told in JE. Linguistic evidence now supports the latter view and virtually rules out the late date for P. P, like E, involves both stories and laws. The P laws and instructions take up half of the books of Exodus and Numbers and practically all the book of Leviticus. The P stories parallel the JE stories to a large extent in both content and order, including stories of the creation, the flood, the divine covenant with Abraham, accounts of Isaac and Jacob, the enslavement, the Exodus, Sinai, and wilderness. Also, like E, the P stories follow the idea that the divine name Yuhevave was not known until the time of Moses. And that's important to understand because the Yahwehs purport that the name Yuhevave was used since the beginning. Because it tells you when Seth was born, men began to call upon the name of the Lord. The Lord there is Yuhevave. So what he's telling you is men started to call upon the name of Yuhevave. That came from the J source. The P and the E source were never said that because they posit that that name wasn't used until Moses in the wilderness. That's when it was revealed to him. But the Yahweh don't purport that. That's why they use it in the very beginning. That's why in Genesis chapter 2, starting I think in verse 4, it says, "You have Alpha Elohim." But if you read the priestly version of the creation story, which is Genesis chapter 1, the priestly, which is the P, the priest, and that source, they use Elohim, which is plural for gods. But in Genesis chapter 2, starting in verse 4 or verse 7, don't quote me on that, but in chapter 2, starting one of those verses, it says, "You have Alpha Elohim." To let you know that they always believed that that name was used. So that right off rip shows you that they didn't agree. The final main source is known as D because it takes up most of the book of Deuteronomy. More specifically, Deuteronomy comprises 1, a law code that takes up chapters 12 to 26, known as the DTN. 2, an introductory text that precedes the law code and casts the book as a farewell speech of Moses before his death, taking up chapters 1 to 11, and then a continuation of this text following the law code, taking up chapters 27 to 30. 2 old poems that are included as a parting message from Moses for the future. Chapters 32 and 33 and 4 reports the last acts of Moses, bringing together portions from all the sources, J, E, P, and D. D is part of a longer work known as the Deuteronomistic History, DTR, which includes the books of Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings. It says the DTR contains sources that are as old as J and E or possibly even older. But the formation of the work took place in the reign of King Josiah of Judah circa 622 BCE. It was later extended into a slightly longer second edition. This took place during the exile that followed the destruction of the southern kingdom of Judah by Babylon in 587 BCE. The original Josianic edition of the Deuteronomistic History is called DTR1, and the second exilic edition is called DTR2. All these sources and editions were put together by an editor into the final 5-book work. This final editor is known as the redactor, or for short, R. And this redactor is Ezra, because Ezra was the one that compiled all these different texts together. So Ezra is the redactor. Him and his scribes are the redactors. That's going further. It says that all these sources and additions will put, okay, I read that. The next section of this book is a collection of evidence containing the 7 main bodies of evidence in support of this hypothesis. After that section comes to the text of the first 5 books of the Bible in English translation. The sources and editing are identified in that text by distinct styles and color fonts. Okay, now you know how to read his book. So let's see if he has anything here of, I don't want to be sitting here reading this whole book, but So the main seven arguments, and before I get into these main seven arguments, did you want to say anything? What's up about what I just read?
No, not really. Like I said, I already get some of the arguments that the author was saying.
So going into the seven main arguments says the process of identifying the biblical sources took centuries. The process of refining our identifications of these sources has been ongoing and it continues to the present day. Initially, it was a tentative division based on simple factors, where the name of God appeared in the text, similar stories appearing twice in the text, contradictions of fact between one text and another. Accounts of this early identifying and refining may be found in many introductions to this subject and in my Who Wrote the Bible, which is his other book. The collection of evidence here is not a review of that history of the subject. It is a tabulation of evidence that has emerged that establishes a hypothesis. It is grouped here in seven categories, which form the seven main arguments for the hypothesis in my judgment. So the first argument is linguistic. When we separate the texts that have been identified with various sources, we find that they reflect the Hebrew language of several distinct periods. The development of Hebrew that we observe through these successive periods indicates that the Hebrew of J and E comes from the earliest stage of biblical Hebrew. The Hebrew of P comes from a later stage of the language. The Hebrew of the Deuteronomistic history or the Deuteronomistic text comes from a still later stage of the language. P comes from an earlier stage of Hebrew than the Hebrew of the book of Ezekiel, which comes from the time of the Babylonian exile. All of these main sources come from a stage of Hebrew known as classical biblical Hebrew, which is earlier than the Hebrew of the post-exilic Persian period known as the late biblical Hebrew. This chronology of the language of the sources is confirmed by Hebrew texts outside the Bible. The characteristics of classical biblical Hebrew are confirmed through comparison with inscriptions that have been discovered through archaeology, which come from the period before the Babylonian exile, 587 BCE. The characteristics of late biblical Hebrew are confirmed through comparison with the Hebrew of later sources, such as the Dead Sea Scrolls. Despite the power of this evidence, it is practically never mentioned by those who oppose the hypothesis. 2. Terminology. Certain words and phrases occur disproportionately or even entirely in one source but not in others. The quantity of such terms that consistently belong to a particular source is considerable. Thus, the mountain that is called Sinai in J and P 20 times is called Horeb, or the mountain of God in E and D 14 times. And 34 occurrences of these names, there is no exception to this distinction. See what he says? The mountain that is called Sinai in J and P 20 times is called Horeb, or the mountain of God in E and D 14 times. So what is it? Is it Sinai or is it Horeb? And different authors are calling it different things. J and P called it Horeb 20 times. But here, when you go to the E and D authors, the Elohist and Deuteronomists, they're calling it Horeb, not
So
Sinai.
basically, what you're pointing out is that there's two different names for two different mountains that supposedly Moses went up on.
Or two different names for the same mountain.
Two different names for the same mountain. So, what would you say to somebody who would just say that? Well, maybe that mountain just had two different names, that people just called
Maybe
it
they,
names.
yeah, maybe they did have two different names, but it just shows you that they're coming from two different,
Yeah,
from the
I
time
get
period.
that. Yeah. So one time period they're calling it one name, and another time period they're calling it another name.
So for him, he's just going into terminology. That's what helps him distinguish who's who, because the terminology they use. So you'll know that, okay, this is
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
E and D because they're using Horeb, and then the ones that are using Sinai are J and P because they always use Sinai. They're caught 20 times using Sinai between those two sources, and then the other two sources they've seen them use Horeb 14 times, so they could tell right off rip. There's obviously the terminology, and then it goes on further. The phrase "in that very day," which is Beseim Hayom Haseh, occurs 11 times in the Torah. 10 of the 11 are in P, and in the 11th is in R, and a passage that are model on P, which is Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 48. The phrase "the place where Yehovahi sets his name," or "the place where Yehovahi tents his name," occurs 10 times in D, never in J, E, and P. So only the Deuteronomists say that phrase. The phrase "gathered to his people" as a euphemism for death occurs 11 times. All 11 are in P, which is the priestly writer, which is the Aaronid writer. The phrase "fire came out from before Yehovahi" occurs 3 times on P. The phrase "he or they fell on his face" occurs 8 times on P. The phrase "be fruitful" multiplies occurs 12 times on P. The phrase "of his glory," which is Kebuhebape occurs 13 times, 12 RMP. The word late occurs 15 times, 14 RMP.
You're breaking up a little bit.
You know,
Nah, you're still
I
breaking.
mean,
Nah, you're still breaking up.
give it some time. See what's up.
All right, there you go.
All right, but says the word plague occurs 15 times, 14 RMP. The word possession occurs 30 times or 35 times in the Torah and 33 RMP. The 34th is an R passage repeating a verse from P, and the 35th is uncertain. Remember, R is a redactor. The word chieftain, which is Nasi in Hebrew, occurs 69 times in the Torah, 67 are in P. The other two are in J and E. The word congregation, which is Idah, occurs more than 100 times in the Torah, all in P, without a single exception. The root, and that's important when you read that, the congregation, for another source that I have, which I may not be able to get into tonight, though. It says the root DP occurs 8 times in the Torah, and they are all in P. The word property, which is rekus, occurs in an anonymous source in Genesis 14, 4 times, and once in the words of the redactor. It occurs 8 times in the 4 main sources, all 8 are in P, never in J, E, or D. Again, the Yahweh, Elohim, and Deuteronomy. The word complain, Hebrew, noon, or however you say it, tilunat, occurs 23 times in the Torah, 22 RMP. The word cubit occurs 59 times in the Torah and 56 RMP. The term to expire occurs 11 times in P, but never in J, E, or D. The phrase lengthen your days in the land occurs 12 times and 11 R and D. The phrase with all your heart and with all your soul occurs 9 times, all R and D. The phrase is to go after other gods and to turn to other gods and to worship other gods occurs 13 times, all are in D. The phrase listen to the voice of Yehovah occurs 12 times, all in D. The term to lie with as a euphemism for sex occurs 13 times in the Torah, and 11 are in J. The other 2 occur in a single passage in E, Genesis chapter 30, verses 15 to 16. The term to know as a euphemism for sex occurs 5 times in J, but never in the other sources. The term Sheol, identifying the place where the dead go, occurs 6 times in J, but never in the other sources. The term to suffer occurs 7 times, and all 7 are in J. Consistent content, the revelation of God's name, the priestly leadership is one. I'm not going to read all that. The sacred objects of the tabernacle, the cherubs and all that, the priestly leadership, numbers, continuity of text, narrative flow. If you look, there's certain texts that continue and certain ones discontinue. For instance, he says, one of the most compelling arguments for the existence of the source documents is the fact that when the sources are separated from one another, we can read each source as a flowing, sensible text. That is, the story continues without a break. One of the primary purposes of this book is to demonstrate this fact. One can read the text and see that. We separate the 2 flood stories and read each of them, J and P, which is from Genesis chapter 6 to 9. For example, each read is a complete, continuous story, and we can observe this kind of continuity through at least 90% of the text from Genesis to Deuteronomy, specifically the combined JE text that was assembled by RJE, which was the redactor of the Yahweh and the Elohim sources, reads as a flowing narrative with only an occasional gap. When interrupted by material from P or other sources, it picks up after the interruption where it had left off. The P text likewise is a flowing narrative with only an occasional lacuna. Within JE, each of its sources, text J and E, flows sensibly much of the time as well, but not always. It appears that RJE was willing to make cuts in his received text, J and E to a far greater degree than was R in his received text, which was JE, PD, and other smaller texts. The high degree of narrative continuity in P also weighs against supplementary versions of the hypothesis, in which some scholars propose that P was never an independent document. They argue that P was rather composed around the JE text as a supplement to it. The narrative flow of P is entirely contrary to these models. One might object that the scholar has simply divided the text in such a way as to produce this result, but that is not possible. So much of the text flows smoothly in this way that it is not possible that any scholar could have constructed it to do so while keeping all the evidence consistently within sources. The scholar would still have to keep all the sources similar versions of common stories, known as doublets, separated, the scholar would still have to keep all the characteristic terminology of each source within the passages attributed to that particular source. The scholar would still have to keep all the linguistic evidence for the stages of Hebrew intact, all the occurrences of the divine name consistent within the sources, and all the other lines of evidence intact. All of this while producing stories that flow smoothly. I submit that no such phenomenally consistent results will be possible to construct. So what he's basically saying is if you take these varying sources and you read them independently and you know where they start and they end within the text and you separate them from the other sources, they flow flawlessly as an independent text. You have to know how to identify them. That's it. Right, he gets into Jeremiah and D. In treating the book of Jeremiah, it is customary to distinguish the poetic portions of the book from the prosaic. When we do so, we find that D has marked connections to both the poetry and the prosaic from the book of Jeremiah. In the poetry, there are at least 45 occurrences of terms or phrases that are characteristic of D and of Deuteronomistic history, for example, from the smallest to the biggest, stubborn and rebellious, early rain and late rain in its time, grain, wine, oil, herd, flock. They left me, go after Baal or other gods. On the face of the field, circumcise your heart. They went after emptiness and became empty. When we examine the project of Jeremiah, we find an even more pervasive array of parallels with the language of D in the Deuteronomistic history. 30 chapters of project in Jeremiah have terms and phrases that are characteristics of DTR. For example, with all my heart and all my soul, brought them out from the land of Egypt from the iron furnace, all the array of the skies. And it will be if you listen to you, Hevafe, they left me and burnt incense to other gods, on every high hill and under every attractive tree, obstinacy of heart, an alien, an orphan, or a widow. God's name is called on this house. Cast them out from before his face. Their carcass will become food for every bird of the skies and for the animals will fill with no one making them afraid. I call witness. Here I'm bringing a bad thing. Everyone who hears it has two ears will ring, for he has ignited in my anger. And then you have Ezekiel and P. Parallels between P and the book of Ezekiel are at least as noticeable and striking as those between D and Jeremiah. For example, the P list of blessings and curses in Leviticus chapter 26 promises blessings if you will go by my laws, and if you will observe my commandments, you will do them. 26:3. And it promises curses if you will reject my laws, and if your souls will scorn my judgments so as not to do all my commandments. 26:14. Ezekiel depicts the people drawing on those words. You did not go by my laws, and you did not do my judgments. Chapter 5, verse 7. The P curses include you will eat your sons' flesh, which is in 26:29. Ezekiel threatens fathers will eat sons in chapter 5, verse 10. Ezekiel's warnings in that verse also use the word ZRH for scattering, which likewise occurs in the peace curse passage, which is in Leviticus 26:33. And Ezekiel uses the word R for a remnant in that verse, which occurs in the P context as well, which is in Leviticus chapter 26, verse 36 and verse 39. P threatens, and I shall let loose the wild animal among you, and it will bereave you. And I shall bring a sword over you, and it shall let an epidemic go among you. Leviticus chapters 26, verse 22 and verse 25. And Ezekiel says, I shall let loose hunger and wild animal, and it will bereave you. An epidemic and flood will pass through you, and I shall bring a sword over you. Chapter 5, verse 17. In the P version of the Exodus from Egypt, Yehovah says to Moses, I shall bring you to the land that I raised my hand to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, and I shall give it to you. Exodus chapter 6, verse 8. In the book of Ezekiel, Yehovah says to Ezekiel, I brought them to the land that I raised my hand to give them. Ezekiel chapter 7, verse 28. See also chapter 20, verses 6 and verse 42. There are other matching elements between these two passages, Exodus chapter 6 and Ezekiel 20. Both have references to Yehovah making himself known. And the Nephal form of the root Yud, Exodus chapter 6, verse 3, and Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 5, both have references to the God's outstretched arm, which is in Exodus chapter 6, verse 6, Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 33 to 34. And P, God charges the priest to distinguish between the holy and the secular, between the impure and the pure. Leviticus 10:10. In Ezekiel, God criticizes the priest because they have not distinguished between holy and secular and have not made known the difference between the impure and pure. Ezekiel 22:26. Again, that's Ezekiel chapter 22, verse 26. For more examples, see Exodus chapter 6, verse 6 to 7. Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 6 and 9. See Leviticus chapter 26 to verse 21. so on and so forth. He just goes on. Hosea and the JE, you know, he's going by the linguistics, but the narrative flow. You could find it and you could tell who's writing what. But enough of that. You want to come on and say something? That's cool too. I'm gonna start getting into contradictions soon. That's probably what most people want to hear about, the contradictions. I just want to get into all this to show y'all like what goes into understanding critical biblical scholarship. You know what I'm saying? Like, and how they identify these discrepancies.
It's always good. It's always good to to give people the true understandings before they you know you get into the actual subject.
So I want to go back to the other source that I was going to, Contradictions in the Bible, when it talks about the Yahwehs, by Dr. Stephen D. Tamai, because he gets real detailed in how these scribes work. So you have the Yahwehs. It says a textual tradition known as the Yahwehs was so named by academics because of its consistent and unequivocal use of the God of Israel's name, Yahweh. Even though the divine name appears approximately 1,800 times in the Pentateuch alone, the other Pentateuchal sources, Elohim, Deuteronomist, and Priestly, refrain or restrain from using it prior to his revelation to Moses in Exodus at chapter 3, verses 14 to 15. In the Elohist tradition at chapter 6, verses 2 to 8, in the priestly tradition, only the Yahweh's text, in other words, affirms and acknowledges, in contradiction to the claims of the later priestly source, that the name Yahweh was known and frequently invoked by the patriarchs prior to his revelation. Indeed, it is for this reason that the Yahweh tradition does not narrate a revelation of the divine name. According to this tradition, it was known right from the first generation of mortals. Genesis chapter 4, verse 26. This is merely one of dozens of Yahwistic features that will be opposed and negated by later writers, and in so doing, leave behind numerous contradictions in the Bible as they now stand. It says the Yahweh's text opens up in what is now Genesis chapter 2, verse 4. Like I said earlier, that's where the Yahweh's officially starts, with a mythic tale of man's creation from the dust of the earth, not the cosmos creation as in P, and his placement in and later expulsion from a lush and fertile garden. Not coincidentally, the Yahweh source ends with stories about the spying and future conquest of a lush and fertile land bearing fruit and flowing with milk and honey. Numbers chapter 13, verse 27. Namely, the land of the southern kingdom of Judah. In other words, the majority of the stories told by the Yahweh's focus on Judah, its geography, its political relationships with its ethnic neighbors, its important cultic centers, and its ancestral hero. It is for this reason that scholars accredit the composition of the Yahweh's text to southern Judean scribes. As we will see, many of these stories were written down by the Yahwehs to serve a specific purpose, like Jose was telling you. Two, legitimate and endorse the political and ideological views of the Southern Kingdom. The Yahwehs additionally narrate stories about man's primeval beginnings as a series of increasingly violent and disobedient acts. Genesis chapters 3 to 11. However, now placed within a later priestly interpretive framework that attempts to diminish and amend the Yahweh's rather disappointing view of early humanity, chapter 3, stories about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which were also heavily commented on by insertions made into the narrative by a later priestly tradition, are also found in the Yahweh source. A few of these stories are are now also combined with duplicate stories from the Elohist tradition, which makes its first appearance at Genesis chapter 20, thus providing yet another voice in this now polyphonic redacted text we call the Bible. The Yahweh's textual tradition continues into the book of Exodus, but quickly disappears, and gives way to much stronger presence of the Elohist and priestly sources. Finally, the book of Numbers preserves a few stories from the Yahweh tradition that center on the spying of the land of Judah and the conquest of the Transjordan, again heavily amended and commented on by later priestly inserts and variant traditions from the Elohim source. It says the Yahweh's text itself is most likely a compilation of stories, traditions, and archival material that was shaped into a continuous narrative by a southern Judean scribe or scribes. It is difficult to say when these traditions and stories were shaped into a larger narrative we call the Yahweh's, but it could not have been earlier than the 8th century BCE. Many of the Yahweh stories display knowledge of the geopolitical world as it was in the 9th, 8th centuries BCE. The final form of the Yahweh's text was probably fixed sometime in the 7th century BCE and continued to be revised into the second, into the exilic and post-exilic periods, which is 6th, 5th centuries BCE, excuse me. We must bear in mind that ancient texts are products of their historical circumstances. Stories were written down to preserve tradition, define identity and or nationality, and explain present religious and political institutions and beliefs by tracing them back to their ancestors. Much of the ancient literature that makes up what later tradition has come to understand and interpret as the Bible has its roots in the scribal activity of the royal courts and temple precincts of the late monarchical late 8th century and 7th century BCE, exile 598 and 539 BCE, and post-exilic periods. As such, it was literature that was never produced for dissemination to the public. One more time. As such, it was literature that was never produced for dissemination to the public. In fact, there was no such thing as a public readership. It did not exist. Rather, religious and political texts were written to support or legitimate the beliefs or worldviews of its author and his community to other elites and powerful political figures, or to condemn and legitimate the position of others, as we will see. In the majority of cases, scribes wrote for a scribal guild or a monarch, which is a king. As patrons of their kings, one of the responsibilities of the court scribe was to write political propaganda, that is, literature that is advertised, endorsed, and legitimated the king's policies and even his ascension to the throne if need be. The Yahwist is no exception to these literary aims. Many of the stories and traditions that were shaped by the Yahwist were used to serve his political agenda. There are stories, for example, that legitimate Israel's borders as they were in the 9th, 8th centuries BCE, or Israel's possession of certain towns and cultic centers in the 9th, 8th centuries, or again, Israel's relationship with its ethnic neighbors as they were in the 9th through 8th centuries BCE. This type of political legitimation was done through narratives about ancestors who eponymously stood for ethnic peoples and tribes such as Ishmael for the Ishmaelites of the Negeb, or Esau for the people of Edom, or then again, Judah for the southern kingdom by the same name. In fact, many of the patriarchal narratives in the Yahweh tradition were crafted to legitimate either the possession of a border, town, supremacy over an ethnic neighbor, or the reign of the tribe of Judah and South over against other tribal claimants.
Hey,
So,
do me a favor.
go ahead.
Do me a favor. After like every point, try to explain to the people because I guess this person right here feels like you're reading a little too fast without giving like much understanding of what you're reading sometimes.
Okay,
But after like making one point, like give people what basically the author is saying.
I got you. So he says this type of political legitimacy was done through narratives about ancestors who eponymously stood for ethnic peoples and tribes, such as Ishmael for the Ishmaelites, the Negeb, Esau for the people of Edom, or then again Judah for the southern kingdom, by the same name. In fact, many of the patriarchal narratives in the Yahweh tradition were crafted to legitimate either the possession of a border town supremacy over an ethnic neighbor, or the reign of the tribe of Judah and South over and against other tribal claimants. So, for example, the Yahwist legitimates the tribe of Judah's ascension to power in the south by presenting ancient narratives that disqualify. Let me read that again. It says, for example, the Yahwist legitimates the tribe of Judah's ascension to power in the south by presenting ancient narratives that disqualify, for one reason or another, Judah's older brother, Reuben, Simeon, and Levi. So he's going into what this author is doing is he's going into like how the Yahwist go into their propaganda. How if a king wants to usurp the throne or annex a land, right, and is unjust for whatever reason, or somebody might have a counter argument, that he will have his scribes go back and retroactively put that story and archaicize it into the ancient history and say that thus saith the Lord, or a patriarch gave them permission. By like a story like Abraham bought this land from the Hittites and bought this cave. So this is why they're buried there. When in reality, it may not have ever been that way. That's only written like that to give their ownership to that land or that cave to legitimize that statement, to say that that is theirs because Abraham gave it to them. And that will be a letter to the elites so they can understand that. That's what he's getting into. That makes any sense. So that's why he starts getting into the certain examples. For one reason or another, Judah's older brothers, Reuben or Simeon, or again, like it says, for example, the Yahwist legitimates the tribe of Judah's ascension to power in the south by presenting ancient narratives that disqualify, for one reason or another, Judah's older brothers, Reuben, Simeon, and Levi. And that is in Genesis chapter 34, verses 25 to 30. Genesis chapter 35, verses 21 to 22. I'm reading them out if you want to copy them down and read them. Again, that is Genesis chapter 34, verses 25 to 30. Genesis chapter 35, verses 21 to 22. And Genesis chapter 49, verses 3 to 7. In fact, one of the central themes of the Yahwist is the undermining of the firstborn's son's birthright, right? Remember how the law goes about the law of the firstborn? Well, the Yahwist don't go by the law of the firstborn. Obviously, if you read through the text, that's what he gets into. And in fact, one of the central themes of the Yahwist is the undermining of the firstborn son's right or birthright. What could possibly be the political agenda of such narratives?
Like Jacob.
Anyone?
No, I'm saying just like Jacob and Esau. You know what I'm saying? That would be a perfect example
That was
of
a
a
Yahwist text.
Mhm.
In fact, one of the okay, I just read that. What could possibly be the political agenda of such narratives? Anyone familiar with the narrative legitimating David's ascension to the northern throne? Hold on, screen went off. It says, what could possibly be the political agenda of such narratives? Anyone familiar with the narrative legitimating David's ascension to the northern throne over and against Saul's own sons in 2 Samuel chapters 2 to 5? Or Solomon's ascension to the throne of a united Israel over and against his older brothers in 1 Kings chapters 1 and 2? Should recognize a literary procedure here. How do you legitimate and support a new king who has usurped his older brothers and gaining the throne? As a loyal patron of the king's payroll, you write a narrative that, one, disqualifies the older brothers on moral or religious grounds, and two, legitimate the ascension to the throne of the younger by constructing a theological narrative that has Israel's God Yahweh choose the younger brother over the older. Baruch Halpern has written extensively about this common scribal technique found throughout the ancient Near East. Similarly, the Yahweh's interest falls in the succession and inheritance of the patriarchal blessings. More than that, the Yahweh's narrative was written to legitimate through archaicized stories, right? Stories that were written in their time, but they archaicized it. Archaic means to be ancient, to make the story seem more ancient than what it was. So they can put their propaganda back into history. The inheritance of Judah as a political and religious ruler of the southern kingdom and to endorse her policies and points of view. So he brings up why Judah uses that, the usurping or not respecting the firstborn rights of the firstborn son. That's what the Yahwehs do. They don't respect it because the laws tell you within the Torah that the blessings go to the firstborn son. But we don't see that with Jacob.
Yeah, David is another perfect example of that. I believe David was the youngest of the brothers.
Exactly. And then King Solomon with his brothers. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. That was all Yahweh's. That was all propaganda written. So were these guys really legitimate kings? Or were the other kings legitimate kings? It depends on what source you read. That's what that is. So enough of all of the commentary. We're just going to get into the contradictions now. That was just the Yahweh. So I'm not going to get into Elohim. I just wanted to read the Yahweh because he broke that down pretty good. And that'll give you the idea of the other guys, like the other authors and what they're about. They all have their own agendas. They all have their own beliefs. They all have their own theologies. They all have their own doctrines. So, and we'll make this a little fun. If everybody wants to play along, I'm going to read to you how many contradictions are in the Bible. You could choose what books you want to go into. We can look at that. So contradictions by book so far. Genesis has 88 contradictions. Exodus has 148.
Bam! Let me stop.
Leviticus has 74 contradictions. Numbers has 180 contradictions. Deuteronomy has 127 contradictions. Joshua has 17 contradictions. Judges has 7. Samuel has 7. Kings has 3. Amos has 2. Hosea has 1. Isaiah has 2. Zephaniah has 1. Jeremiah has 5 contradictions. Psalms has 5 contradictions. Ezekiel has 8 contradictions. Nehemiah has 1 contradiction. Chronicles has 11 contradictions. Malachi has 2 contradictions. Ecclesiastes has 1 contradiction. And Daniel has 1 contradiction. And there's 26 contradictions between the Old and New Testament. So either Jose or anybody in the comment section, what book would you like to get into?
Torah, 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 Torah.
So we'll start in Genesis.
There you go.
Genesis has 88. Numbers have the most though, 180. I didn't even know. I didn't even know that until looking at it. So one of the first contradictions is, was Earth created from pre-existing matter or nothing? That's Genesis chapter 1, verses 1 to 10. Isaiah chapter 45, verse 18, versus Hebrews chapter 11, verse 3. That is a contradiction between the Old Testament and the New Testament. Right? I won't get into that. We're just going to stick straightly to Torah. So does God create the skies and the earth, then plants, then animals, and then both male and female in his image? Or does Yahweh first form man from the ground, then plants, then animals, and then lastly woman from man's rib? That's Genesis chapter 1, verses 1 to 27 from the P source, versus Genesis chapter 2, verse 4, starting the J source, to verse 23. Does God create the earth, the skies, and man on the same day or not? That's Genesis chapter 2, verse 4 to verse 7, versus Genesis chapter 1, verses 1 to 27. Is earth initially created as a fecund, I don't know how that word's pronounced, Fecund, fecund or fecund, and fertile, or dry and barren, which is Genesis chapter 1, verses 9 to 10, versus Genesis chapter 2, verses 5.
Hold on for a second, real quick, right? I want to show a. He said, "Is it possible that any of those contradictions are the reader not having a proper understanding?" Now, Julio, from the beginning, he said that this book that he's reading from was compiled by scholars. You know what I'm saying? So these are not just average Joes, like people like us that just want to, read the Bible and stuff like that. No, these are actually put together by biblical scholars, or not even biblical scholars, just scholars in academia. You know what I'm saying? And what they have all came to a conclusion with. That's basically what he's reading you from right now.
Yeah, but what he's asking, is it possible that any of those contradictions are the reader not having a proper understanding? Some of them maybe. I came across some contradictions on here that he probably just didn't have a proper understanding, but there's contradictions in the book. So I'm going to get to the more, we're going to just go straight down. Hold on, I can tell you some. Here we go. For one is this, in the origin of the Sabbath, right? From when we talk about the origin of the Sabbath, is the origin of the Sabbath to be found in God's rest on the seventh day, or the manner in which Yahweh gave rest to the Hebrews when they were slaves in Egypt? Because in Genesis chapter 2, verses 2 to 3, and Exodus chapter 20, verse 8 to 11, tries to tell you that it was the manner in which God gave rest on the seventh day. When you read Deuteronomy chapter 5, verses 12 to 15, it says Yahweh gave rest to the Hebrews when they were slaves in Egypt, and that's how the Sabbath started.
So did you hear? So you guys heard that contradiction that he's showing you right there. He's asking you, brothers and sisters, when was it instituted for us to get to basically worship on the Sabbath? Right? Was it in Egypt, or was it after we left Egypt and got it? And we got it when Moses came down from the with the laws. Which one
And
is it?
And the commentary on that is this: the origins of the Sabbath are obscure. There are no contemporary parallels in ancient Near Eastern practices. On the other hand, the Bible gives two contradictory accounts for its origin. Both Genesis chapter 2, verse 2 to 3, and Exodus chapter 20, verses 8 to 11 claim that its origin is because for 6 days Yahweh made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and everything that is in them, and he rested on the seventh day. On account of this, Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. The last sentence here is a direct reference to the priestly creation account, Genesis chapter 2, verse 3. Whoever authored this origin for the Sabbath, bear in mind that Exodus chapter 20, verse 11 is merely a part of its immediate context. The Ten Commandments, Exodus chapter 20, verses 1 to 17, was familiar with P's text or the textual tradition from which P itself was composed. So, Deuteronomy chapter 5, verses 12 to 15, however, which is a part of a duplicate rendition of the Ten Commandments, in the Deuteronomistic source, Deuteronomy chapter 5, verses 6 to 18, accredits a different origin to the Sabbath. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and Yahweh your God brought you out from there with a strong hand and an outstretched arm. On account of this, Yahweh your God has commanded you to the Sabbath day. The different explanations given for the origin of the Sabbath observance reflects yet again the fact that these two accounts were penned by different authors. Again, the different explanations given for the origin of the Sabbath observances reflects yet again the fact that these two accounts were penned by different authors. And then
Explain it. Explain it for the people because they might not get what you're saying. All right,
mhm.
go ahead. Because
So
I
they're
get
written by two different authors in two different time periods, or what they believe differently. One author believes that
what scholars are saying, right? The scholars that are going against this information, they're saying
yeah,
that the reason for this stipulation is because of the different authors at
exactly.
different time points. That's their explanation. You hear
That's
that,
what they're
Julio?
explaining. Thank you.
That's what another scholar is basically trying to question this certain scholar. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because you obviously have two authors in the text. One is telling you that it was the result of him resting on the seventh day. That's why the Israelites are told to observe the Shabbat. But now they're told to observe the Shabbat because in Deuteronomy they say that was the rest that he gave the slaves while they were in Egypt. So what is it? Is it because it was the rest that he gave the slaves who were in Egypt, or is it because he rested on the seventh day? And does God really rest? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, what is it? In the end, it may be that neither author was familiar with the reasons behind the establishment of the Sabbath, and that both authors merely culled their responses from two different traditions. See? The seventh day of the rest from the creation account and the Exodus tradition. Furthermore, Deuteronomy's explanation of the origin of the Sabbath stresses the covenantal relationship between Yahweh and the Israelites. It is secular and humanitarian in nature, and an act of remembrance that the community is obliged to reenact out of covenantal obligations. This stress on secular humanitarianism is a common theme throughout the Deuteronomistic literature, and we will see more of it when we get to this book. This explanation additionally correlates well with the Deuteronomistic general emphasis on the covenantal obligations inherent in the Exodus narrative. The phrase Yahweh your God who brought you out from Egypt with a strong hand and outstretched arm only occurs in the Deuteronomistic corpus. You know what I'm saying? By Levites. And the explanation given by the author of Exodus chapter 20, verse 11, following Genesis chapter 2, verses 2 to 3, stresses the sacred character of the Sabbath, understanding it as holy, consecrated, and woven into the fabric of the universe itself. Coincidence or divine providence, but as I write this post, Friday evening, January the 4th, the Sabbath has just commenced. Yay, that's right, the Sabbath is Saturday. Don't fret, he's just being stupid when he says that. But that's one for you, the origin of the Sabbath. Is it the product? Was the origin of the Sabbath to be found in God's rest on the seventh day, or the manner in which Yahweh gave rest to the Hebrews when they were slaves in Egypt? Again, that is in Genesis chapter 2, verses 2 to 3, Exodus chapter 20, verses 8 to 11. That's the seventh day of God's rest. And in Deuteronomy chapter 5, verses 12 to 15, it's the manner that he gave the rest of the slaves in Egypt. That's why they started celebrating the Sabbath. So which one is it? You can look it up, comment your response. If you find a remedy to that, feel free to comment it. Like Jose Vega said earlier, I don't know what we're going to do it. People want to come on later. So if you want to come on later and talk your shit, that's fine too. You can have that. Uh, we'll go to another contradiction since we're still in Genesis. Is the river Gihon in Ethiopia or the outskirts of Jerusalem? Genesis chapter 2, verse 13 versus Chronicles chapter 32, verse 30. There goes one. I'm not going to get into no commentary, but that's one for you. Again, it's the river Gihon in Ethiopia or the outskirts of Jerusalem. Genesis chapter 2, verse 13 versus Second Chronicles chapter 32, verse 30. Um, does man return to the dust upon his death, or is he resurrected? Man returning to the dust can be found in Genesis chapter 3, verse 19, Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 20, Job chapter 14, verse 10, and verse 12, etc. Versus Daniel chapter 12, verse 2, which would argue for resurrection. First Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 15 to 17. First Corinthians, a lot of Pauline doctrines right here. First Corinthians chapter 15, verse 22. Chapter 15 within First Corinthians chapter 51 to 52, or verses 51 to 52, excuse me. Acts chapter 24 to 15. MK, what is MK? I don't know what MK is. I know John chapter 5, verse 22. Oh, Mark chapter 9, verse 1. John chapter 5, verses 28 to 29, and chapter 6, verse 40, and Revelation chapter 2, verse 7 all argue for resurrection. The only Old Testament passage that argues for resurrection is the book of Daniel. But book of Daniel, excuse me. Daniel argues for resurrection. Everybody else says that you return to the dust. So which one is it? Do you return to the dust or do you resurrect?
And also, I believe, was it the Book of Psalms? Doesn't it say that that David's body will not decay
Not see corruption.
and not see corruption? So
Mm-hmm.
basically, a lot of people believe that David's going to be the king in the future. So they
Yeah,
believe that his body right now is being preserved somewhere, according to the text.
I've also heard that. That's what non-messianics or messianics don't believe in Jesus believe. They believe that David's going to be their king. He's the prince that's talked about in Ezekiel. He's going to come back, renew the sacrifices or whatever. So that's what they believe. There's some who believe that. Here's one. Here's a juicy one for y'all. Who is Adam's first son? Is it Cain or is it Seth? Genesis chapter 4, verse 1 will have you believe it is Cain, but Genesis chapter 5, verse 3 will have you believe it is Seth. Would you like me to read the commentary on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, when Adam had lived 130 years, he became the father of a son in his likeness, according to his image, and named him Seth. The days of Adam after he became the father of Seth were 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Genesis chapter 5, verses 3 to 4. The genealogical list in Genesis chapter 5, verses 3 to 32 continues in the same manner as presented above. That is, in each successive generation, the antediluvian patriarch Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, etc., is said to live X amount of years, at which point he gives birth to a son, then he lives Y years further and gives birth to other sons and daughters. Moreover, the genealogical list is enumerated from father to son. There is no mention of the female, and each son is depicted as the first son. Who then further fathers a son? This continues for 10 generations until we hit Noah. In other words, in this author's genealogy, there is no mention of Cain and Abel. Seth, like Enosh, Kenan, and Mahalalel, etc., is presented as the first son. Says the genealogy of Genesis chapter 5 was written by the priestly writer and is a part of the interpretive framework that the later redactor imposes on the Yahweh's material. We should additionally note that this writer's genealogy makes no mention of Cain and Abel. If the priestly writer was familiar with Cain and Abel's story, then it would appear that he has consciously suppressed it. Furthermore, the Yahweh source never explicitly mentions Adam by name, but rather by the generic the man, Ha-Adam. Shalom, shalom, how you doing? And the man knew his wife Eve, and she conceived and bore Cain. Chapter 4, verse 1. It is conceivable, therefore, that Jay's Cain and Abel's story and the genealogy of Adam Seth were originally components of two separate textual traditions that were later brought together. Genesis chapter 4, verse 25, and Adam knew his wife again, and she bore a son and named him Seth, is thought to be a later editorial insertion which attempts to smooth out the tension resulting from the combination of J, which is chapter 4, verse 1, J being the Yahweh's, and P being the priestly writer being in chapter 5, verse 3. Needless to say, Genesis chapter 4, verse 25 is at tension with Genesis chapter 5, verse 3 to 4, which clearly implies that Seth was the firstborn. And if a unified rationale be sought between J and P, then Cain and Abel would have been born after Seth, at least according to P. The days of Adam after he became the father of Seth were 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Chapter 5, verse 4. There is additionally the same formula. So what he's explaining to you, right? Which I don't even think that needs to be explained for real, but maybe it does because he does use big words, right? That in Genesis chapter 4 and 25, Cain and Abel. Cain is the firstborn son. Cain and Abel is mentioned. When you look at Genesis chapter 5, verses 3 to 4, Cain and Abel is not mentioned. Seth is mentioned as the son that's born in his likeness, his firstborn son. And he had other sons and daughters later. The second author doesn't mention Cain and Abel at all. At all. But he says if a unified rationale be sought, right? If you want to canonize it in your head, right? If you want to make your own head canon, then which clearly implies that Seth was the firstborn. If a unified rationale be sought between J and P, then Cain and Abel will have been born after Seth, at least according to P, which is chapter 5, verses 3 to 4. The days of Adam after he became the father of Seth were 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Question again, who was first? Was it Cain or was it Seth? So backing up. Who was the father of Lamech? Was it Methushael or Methuselah? Right? And who was the father of Enoch? Was it Cain or Jared? And how many antediluvian patriarchs were there? 8 or 10? He gives no chapters or verse for that. I wonder why. He must have fucked up with that one. Let me see. So he says, part of the priestly redactor's interpretive framework included the use of extensive genealogical lists or records of generations. In Hebrew, Toledoth, these Toledoth provide a structural unity and shape to the narrative arc of Genesis. And the priestly redactor inserted them throughout the book of Genesis to transition from one story to the next, or from the end of one age or generation to the beginning of the next. Thus, the Toledoth of chapter 5, this is the record of the generations of Adam, Genesis chapter 5, verse 1. Connects a narrative from Adam's son Seth to that of Noah, in other words, from creation to flood. This structural framework is visible throughout the book of Genesis. There are the Toledoth of the heaven and the earth, Genesis chapter 2, verse 4, and the Toledoth of Adam, Genesis chapter 5, verses 1 to 32. The Toledoth of Noah, Genesis chapter 6, verse 9. The Toledoth of the son of Noah, Genesis 10, verses 1 to 7, verses 22 to 23. The Toledoth of Shem, these are all genealogies. That's what Toledoth is. Genesis chapter 11, verse 10 to 26, and the Toledoth of Terah, which is Genesis chapter 11, verse 27. The genealogy of Ishmael, Isaac, Esau, and by way of summation, the genealogy of Jacob. Such periodization of history and an attempt to sew together the mythic past with the patriarchal era, for example, is a central concern of the priestly source. In Genesis chapter 4, verses 17 to 22, however, we get a rare instance where the Yahweh source has also left behind a Toledoth. Its genealogical list, however, looks cannily similar to that of P, which is Genesis chapter 5, verses 1 to 25, yet strikingly different. So when you look at J's genealogy, you have Adam, Cain, Enoch, Arad, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. But then when you go to P genealogy, you have Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, and Noah. The first one is missing 2
So you're
patriarchs.
basically, yeah. So basically, you're saying the genealogies are off from both authors. See, and
Mm-hmm.
this is an argument that Old Testament believers always try to bring to the New Testament. Try to discredit the genealogy of Matthews and Luke. And I had a conversation with even Yeshua about this topic because that's what he was trying to do. And I showed him that even in the Book of Chronicles, that that a certain brother genealogy was completely off. One book said his father was Sethiel, and then the like four other or five other authors said it was somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So basically, right now we're showing that even genealogies, even in the Old Testament, is off. People. Are not
Exactly.
accurate.
And comparing the two lists above, it is clear that they both exhibit similar traits, which might suggest that they both made use of a common textual or oral source. Yet it is also possible that P was working from different archival material, or, as some scholars have suggested, was actually rewriting J. Another marked feature that is that the Cain and Abel story is only found in the J narrative, J again being the Yahweh's narrative, while there is no mention of Seth. P, on the other hand, makes no mention of Cain and Abel and gives us only genealogy for Seth, who is the firstborn of Adam, according to Genesis chapter 5, verses 3 to 4. Likewise, genealogical lists found in First Chronicles chapters 1 to 3. There can be little doubt that both lists, J's, which is in chapter 4 in Genesis chapters 17 to 24, and P's list, which is chapter 5 in Genesis verses 1 to 32, are fictional and were heavily influenced by Mesopotamian literary traditions. Both the list of antediluvian patriarchs in Genesis chapter 5, verses 1 to 32, and the Sumerian king list express in mythical terms how the lifespan of man was drastically reduced after the flood, and both sources list 10 antediluvian figures who lived mythically long lives prior to each account's flood narrative. This is dramatized considerably more in the Sumerian kings list, where we have kings reigning for 20 to 70,000 year periods prior to the flood. Obviously, we are in the realm of myth, not historical data, and the biblical scribes were well aware of this fact. Going further. Again, what was the name Yahweh first invoked? Was it in the earliest generations of man or not until Moses at Sinai? In Genesis chapter 4, verse 26, chapter 12, verse 8, chapter 13, verse 4, and chapter 15, verse 7, etc., with other passages, imply that Yahweh was used since the beginning, before Moses, because the name Yud Havafe is used. The Masoretics changed it to the Lord or Lord, to conceal the sacred name. So every time you see the Lord in like capital letters and shit like that, or like lowercase, every time you see the Lord in general, that's Yud Havafe. So, but the Elohim didn't do that. They use Elohim or El. It's not until Exodus chapter 6, verse 2 to 3 that the name Yahweh is first used. So when was the name Yahweh first invoked? Was it in the early generations of man, where we read in Genesis? Or was it not until Moses at Sinai? Like it tells you in Exodus chapter 6, verses 2 to 3. Because if Exodus chapter 6, verse 2 to 3 is correct, all the passages he just mentioned in Genesis shouldn't say the Lord. It should say Elohim or El.
That's a good one. Yep.
Uh, I'll read a little bit of this commentary. He brings it up because of the way he starts it off. This is a contradiction that you won't find listed on your average nor above average contradictions in the Bible website. In fact, I doubt you'll find it anywhere but here. It, like many of the ones to come, is only perceivable to those who have carefully studied the theology of the various biblical authors. In fact, this is one in my long list of favorites, because we start to see what the biblical scribes are up to, and how competing theological beliefs and ideology.
You're
Again,
breaking up. You're breaking up. Yeah, you're still breaking up.
okay, I don't know this, so we form around the.
Yeah,
No,
you still sound choppy.
can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because I'm outside now. So let me take my tablet outside. Hold on. Oh, go back. He says this one contradiction is only perceivable to those who have carefully studied the theologies of various biblical authors. In fact, this is one of my long list of favorites because we start to see what the biblical scribes were up to as they crafted their narratives and how their competing theological views, beliefs, and ideologies were woven into their narratives and even expressed through the mouthpiece of their God. Having said that, this contradiction is quite mild compared to others of this genre that we will look at. Um, A preliminary note, we do not use Lord here. Rather, we stick as literary as possible to the Hebrew text, which has Yahweh or Yehovah in every place that your English translation has Lord in capital letters. Why? See first footnote in Yahweh's. El Shaddai is often rendered as God Almighty. A large number of Hebraists and philologists contend that the Hebrew should be understood as referring to the proper name El, not the generic word God. The epithet Shaddai, its meaning is still debated. Of the mountain seems the most plausible. We'll keep it as El Shaddai, and this is certainly what the priestly writers Hebrews intended, or the priestly writers Hebrew intended. That's why they didn't use Yud He Vav He, they used El Shaddai. The Yahweh's narrative claims that the name Yahweh was first invoked in the primeval age and repeatedly throughout the patriarchal age. Thus, Genesis chapter 4, verse 26, which immediately follows J, its genealogy states, it was then that man began to invoke the name Yahweh. The Yahweh makes his view unambiguously clear. The name Yahweh was invoked in this early generation. Yet even clearer illustrations are found in the patriarchal narratives penned by J. For example, as Abraham enters into Canaan, he establishes several altars to Yahweh. One such altar is at the oak of Moreh, and he built an altar to Yahweh and invoked the name Yahweh, Genesis chapter 12, verse 8. Thus, according to this author, Abraham knew the God Yahweh by the name. The same attestation is also found in Genesis chapter 13, verse 4 and 26, verse 25, both from J. Furthermore, our J source says Yahweh revealed himself as Yahweh to the patriarchs on several occasions. For example, in Genesis chapter 15, verse 7, the Yahweh says Yahweh explicitly say, Abraham, I am Yahweh who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldees to give you this land, to possess it. And concerning Yahweh's revelation to Jacob at Bethel, Genesis chapter 26, verse 13, the Yahweh states, and here was Yahweh standing over him, which is Jacob. And he said, I am Yahweh, your father, Abraham's God and Isaac's God. The Yahweh, in other words, has no theological problem presenting the patriarchs as knowing the God of Israel by his name Yahweh. That question has nothing to do with this what I'm breaking down. So I'm not going to read the rest of that, kind of get an idea of it. So you have to ask yourself and research when was the name Yahweh first invoked? Was it in the earliest times in the patriarchs where they call him Yahweh every time you read the Lord in capital letters? Or was it until Exodus chapter 6, verse 2 to 3 that the name Yahweh was revealed? And they were always using the name El Shaddai or Elohim or El, right? Here's one. Noah is commanded to gather 7 pairs of clean animals or only 2 of each animal. In Genesis 7:2, Noah is commanded to gather 7 pairs of clean animals. But in Genesis chapter 6, verses 9 to 20, chapter 7, verse 8, and chapter 7, verse 16, is 2 of each animal. Does the flood last for 40 days and 40 nights or 150 days? Genesis 7:4, 7:12, chapter 8, verse 6 will have you believe that it was 40 days and 40 nights. But Genesis chapter 7, verses 24 and chapter 8, verse 3 will have you believe there was 150 days. The flood starts 7 days after Noah enters the ark or on the day Noah enters the ark. Genesis chapter 7, verse 7 and Genesis 10 would have you believe that the flood starts 7 days after Noah enters the ark. But then when you read Genesis chapter 7, verses 11 to 13, it started the day he entered the ark. So was it 7 days or was it the day he entered the ark? So binding on earth as you bind in heaven does not mean nothing about your text. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it does mean your text at the same time. If you bind your mind to that text, you're going to be bound to that text when you cross over. That's mental bondage, though. If you want to be in mental bondage to the Bible, that's up to you. That's what that text. That's what that's telling you. Whatever you bind on earth, whatever you bind your soul to, is what you're going to be bound to when you cross over. So if you're bound to riches, sex, drugs, and shit like that, when you cross over, that's what your spirit's going to be bound to. That's what's going to uh, molest your spirit as you continue onward. And these are the issues that you're going to have. That's what that means. That has nothing to do with the legitimation or the infallible, if your text is infallible or not. Because I'm showing the contradictions here. The flood, is it caused by rain or the waters above below the earth are unbound? Right? Like geysers and shit come out of the earth. What was it? Because the flood is said to be caused by rain in Genesis chapter 7, verse 4, and Genesis chapter 7, verse 12. But if you read Genesis chapter 7, verses 11, and chapter 8, verse 2, it says that the waters below, or the waters above and below the earth, were unbound. So basically, it rained and you had the geysers. But the previous ones don't mention nothing about the geysers, they just talk about the rain. Does Noah let out from the ark a series of doves 3 or a raven once? From Genesis chapter 8, verses 8 to 12, it's a series of 3 doves he lets loose. But when you get to Genesis chapter 8, verse 7, it's a raven. And it only happens one time. And again, that's Genesis chapter 8, verse 8, or Genesis chapter 8, verses 8 to 12. He sends out 3 doves. And in Genesis chapter 8, verse 7, he sends out a raven. One time. Going so you can go. I don't have to read the commentary. I'm just putting that out there so you can copy, paste, or look it up on online and see for yourself what is it. Does Yahweh promise never to curse the ground again, or does Yahweh curse the ground again? And Genesis chapter 8, verses 21, he promises to never curse the ground again. When you get to Isaiah chapter 24, verses 1 to 6, and Zephaniah chapter 1, verses 3 and verse 18, he promises to curse the ground again. Again, that's Genesis chapter 8, verse 21. God promises not to curse the ground again. God promises to curse the ground again in Isaiah chapter 24, verses 1 to 6, and Zephaniah chapters 1, verses 3 and verse 18. Who were Cush's children? Was it Sheba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, and Sabteka, or Nimrod also? Right? So Genesis chapter 10, verse 7 doesn't mention Nimrod. Genesis chapter 10, verse 8 mentions Nimrod. Who was the father of Sheba and Havilah? Cush or Joktan? Genesis chapter 10, verse 7 will have you believe that the father of Sheba and Havilah was Cush. But when you read Genesis chapter 10, verses 29 to 20, 26 to 29, excuse me, again, that Genesis chapter 10, verses 26 to 29, the father of Sheba and Havilah is Joktan, not Cush. Were Shem, Ham, and Japheth's children dispersed throughout the earth, each by different language, or was all the earth one language and Yahweh babbled their language at Babylon? So in Genesis chapter 10, verse 5, Genesis chapter 10, verse 20, and Genesis chapter 10, verses 31 to 32, will have you believe that they were dispersed throughout the earth, each by their different languages, implying that they already spoke different languages prior to them being dispersed. But when you read Genesis chapter 11, verses 1 to 9, it's implying that Yahweh babbled their language at Babylon. So which one was it? They already had their languages, or were they babbled at Babylon? What's the confusion caused? Is Lot Abraham's nephew or brother? I have a post of this on Facebook, actually answered by the Owaspi Bible. Is Lot Abraham's nephew or brother? In Genesis chapter 11, verse 27, Lot is Abraham's nephew. But when you get to Genesis chapter 13, verse 8, he's his brother. So what is he? Is he his brother or is he his nephew? See how different authors say different things about the patriarchs and people related to them or what have you? They don't agree. Is Abraham's birthplace Ur the Chaldeans or Haran? Right? Genesis chapter 11 to 28, 11:31, Genesis 15:7 will have you believe that it was Ur of the Chaldeans. But Genesis chapter 12, verse 4 and 5, and Genesis chapter 28, verse 10, and Genesis chapter 29, verse 4 will have you believe that it was Haran. Those are two different places. Ur is in the south and Haran is in the north. So was it southern Mesopotamia that Abraham held from, or was it northern Mesopotamia, northwest? It says, does Abraham set off toward the land of Canaan by his father's hand or by the commandment of Yahweh? Genesis 11:31 was by his father's hand, Terah, and Genesis 12:1 was by Yehovah's command. So which one was it? Here's an example of a doublet, which I was reading earlier in my other sources in the Bible revealed, where you have the same story repeated and contradicted. Does Abraham present Sarah as his sister to Pharaoh in Egypt or to Abimelech in Gerar? Or did Isaac present Rebekah as his sister to Abimelech in Gerar? So in Genesis 12, verses 10 to 20, Abraham presents Sarah as his sister to Pharaoh. But then in Genesis chapter 20, verses 1 to 18, he's representing Sarah to Abimelech. And now in Genesis chapter 26, verses 1 to 11, Isaac is presenting Rebekah as his sister to Abimelech and Gerar. Can't be both. It can't be Isaac and Abraham. It has to be one of them. And what if it was Abraham? Who was it? Did he present Sarah to Pharaoh or to Abimelech? Because it was the same story with two different kings. And then the third contradiction doesn't even deal with Abraham. Now it's not Abraham doing it. It's the same story, but now it's dealing with Isaac and Rebekah. So who is it? Is it Isaac or Abraham? And if it's Abraham, who was it? Did he present Sarah as his sister to Pharaoh, or was it to Abimelech? It's a doublet. This is the one I brought up to Jose Vega when we were conversing over the phone. When we were talking about the blood covenant. Does Yahweh make a covenant with Abraham and bind it through a sacrifice, or does El Shaddai place his covenant between Abraham and himself and bind it through the observance of circumcision? So Yahweh makes a covenant with Abraham in Genesis chapter 15, verses 9 to 18. Yahweh, the name Yahweh, right, before his name was revealed to Moses, makes a covenant with Abraham through blood, through an animal sacrifice. But then when you get to Genesis chapter 17, verses 1 to 14, it's El Shaddai that's making a covenant with Abraham through circumcision. And when you get to Genesis chapter 17, verses 1 to 14, it makes no mention of the covenant that was made in Genesis chapter 15, verses 9 to 18, because there was no covenant made. The covenant that's talked about in Genesis chapter 17, verses 1 to 14, is a covenant that was done in Genesis chapter 15, verses 9 to 18. The problem is the one that was committed the one that was done in 15, verses 9 to 18, was a blood sacrifice. Now it's circumcision. Now you could argue the circumcision you have blood was released, but that's not a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? So that's not the sacrifice they speak of, at least. Yeah, you're sacrificing your foreskin, but that's not what the text is saying. There was two different covenants. One was it was the same covenant, but done twice, and they don't acknowledge the other. The latter does not acknowledge the former. The latter being Genesis 17, verses 1 to 14, does not acknowledge the former, because according to Genesis 17, the former never happened. And again, it's the promise of the land of Canaan given unconditionally or conditionally, right? Because Genesis chapter 12, verses 7, Genesis chapter 13, verses 15, Genesis chapter 15, verses 7, and onward would have you believe that the land of Canaan was given to the descendants of Abraham unconditionally. No conditions were to be made. But when you get to Genesis chapter 17, verses 1 to 14, Deuteronomy chapter 4, verses 1 and then chapter 4, verse 40, chapter 5, verse 29 to 30 within Deuteronomy, and also Ezekiel chapter 33 to 20, verses 23 to 29, conditions have to be met in order for them to inhabit that land. So what is it? Is the promise of the land given unconditionally or conditionally? Depends on what author you read it from. Again, Yahweh's promise to give the land of Canaan as an eternal possession to Abraham and his seed is conditional to observing which covenant? The covenant of circumcision or the Deuteronomy covenant stipulated in Deuteronomy chapters 12 to chapter 26? Again, Yahweh's promise to give the land of Canaan as eternal possession to Abraham and his seed is conditional to observing which covenant? The covenant of circumcision or the Deuteronomy covenant stipulated in Deuteronomy chapters 12 to 26? Is the covenant of circumcision an eternal covenant or not? Genesis chapter 17, 1 to 4 will have you believe that it's eternal covenant. And when you get to Paul, the Pauline doctrines of Galatians chapter 3 and 4, and Romans chapter 4, verses 9 to 12 will have you believe that circumcision is not eternal law. Again, that's Pauline doctrine. 400 years of slavery in Egypt or 430 years of slavery in Egypt. Genesis chapter 15, verse 13 will have you believe there was 400 years of slavery in Egypt, versus Exodus chapter 12, verse 40 will have you believe that it was 430 years of slavery in Egypt. So which one was it? Was it 400 or 430? Was it one patriarchal covenant or three? Genesis chapter 15, verse 18, chapter 17, verses 1 to 14, etc. will have you believe there was three or one patriarchal covenant. And Leviticus chapter 26, verse 42 will have you believe that there were three patriarchal covenants. Is Hagar expelled because Sarah is vexed at Hagar or Ishmael? So is Hagar expelled because Sarah is vexed at Hagar or at Ishmael? Genesis chapter 16, verse 4 to 6 will have you believe that Sarah was vexed at Hagar. And then Genesis chapter 21, verses 8 to 10 will have you believe that she was vexed at Ishmael. Is Hagar expelled while pregnant or after she has given birth? Genesis chapter 14, verses 4 to 6 implies that she was pregnant when she was expelled. But when you read Genesis chapter 21, verses 8 to 10, she already had gave birth to Ishmael when she was expelled. Yahweh blesses Hagar as a reward for her suffering, or God blesses her on account of Abraham. Genesis chapter 16, verses 9 to 10 will have you believe that Yahweh blessed Hagar for reward of her suffering, right? But then in Genesis chapter 21, verses 11 to 13, she was blessed on account of Abraham. So which one is it? What is
You gave up a lot of you gave the people a lot to think about, bro. And again, people, you heard him earlier when he was listing off, uh, from the context, the context, the table of contents. He said like it was like 100 and something from Numbers. He says 80 contradictions in Genesis itself.
altogether? There's over 600 contradictions in the Torah
There you
and
go.
Tanakh in general. I'm just in Genesis, but see, they also have contradictions from other books. That's just these are the main themes in Genesis. Who names Ishmael, Yahweh or Abraham? Genesis 6:11, 16:11, Yahweh is naming Ishmael. He names Ishmael. And then in Genesis 16:15, Abraham is naming Ishmael. You can't say that Yahweh is naming Abraham or naming Ishmael through Abraham because the text doesn't state that. Details matter. If that was the case, the text would say Yahweh through Abraham named his son Ishmael. It doesn't say that. One text says there was Yahweh directly naming him, and the other text says that it was from Abraham naming him. He named him that. Concerning the promise of Isaac's birth, is Abraham visited by a vision of Yahweh as El Shaddai, or by three men, one of whom is Yahweh? Genesis chapter 17, verses 15 to 22 will have you believe that it was through a dream, and El Shaddai came to Abraham. And in Genesis chapter 18, verses 1 to 15 will have you believe there was three angels, three men, and one of them was Yahweh, not El Shaddai. Again, the name that wasn't supposed to be used until Moses' time is named Yahweh there with two other angels. So which one is it?
Yeah, I know you had one in the one about the tabernacle about it either being inside the camp or outside the camp.
Okay, we're going to go to Exodus for that one. So let's go to Exodus.
Yeah, bring that up for the people so they can think about that
Exodus
one.
got the crazy. Exodus got the crazy contradictions. They're all in Exodus. Exodus got the juiciest contradictions.
There you go, man. So there you go. Bring out some juicy ones, bro. They want to hear the juice. They want to bring the juice. Give them the juice. And again, I'm dropping a link if anybody wants to come in and question the brother and or have any questions for what he brought out. And you guys have an opportunity to answer any of the contradictions if you feel like you have an answer towards a certain contradiction.
And I destroyed Quana's little minions with this one. I remember Duad. I ran him over with this contradiction. Was it 66 or 70 or 75 males from Jacob's loins who came to Egypt? And Genesis 46:26 will have you believe that it was 66. And Genesis chapter 46, verse 27, and Exodus chapter 1, verse 5 will have you believe on also Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 22. Again, that's Genesis 46:27, Exodus chapter 1, verse 5, and Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 22 will have you believe it was 70. Genesis 46:26 will have you believe there was 66 males. And Acts chapter 7, verse 14 in the New Testament says that it was 75 males. So which one was it? Was it 66, 70, or 75? And you cannot count Ephraim and Manasseh because they were already in Egypt. I hit the wall with the same shit, and he tried doing that shit. You can't add them because they were already in Egypt. It's who came with Jacob to Egypt. Was it 66, 70, or 75? Don't try to use that Ephraim and Manasseh bullshit. That's not going to work. I already hit them with that one. That's another one for y'all to ponder at. Here we go. How long were the Hebrews enslaved? 400 years or a mere generation? Generation is only 33 years. So Genesis chapter 15, verse 13 tells you that it was 400 years, and Exodus chapter 1, verses 6 to 12 tells you they were enslaved for a generation. Does Egypt's king command the Hebrew midwives to kill all male infants, or does Pharaoh command his people to drown them? Are all the male infants spared, or is only Moses? Right? So in Exodus chapter 1, verse 15, verses 15 to 21, the Egyptian king commands the Hebrew midwives to kill all male infants. And for some reason, all the male infants are spared. But now when you get to Exodus chapter 1, verses 22 and chapter 2, verse 10, now Pharaoh is commanding his people, not the midwives, the Hebrew midwives, he's commanding his people to drown the infants and use them as food for like crocodiles and shit, right? And then also, out of all the infants, only Moses is spared. So which one is it? Does he command the Hebrew midwives to kill their kids, or does he command his people to drown the Hebrew children? And also, does he spare all the Hebrew children, or does he only spare Moses? Right. Here's one that'll knock you in the fucking teeth. Is Moses' father-in-law Reuel or Jethro or Hobab? Right? Because Exodus chapter 2, verse 18, and this is who's his name? Ramon. I hit his stupid ass with this one, and this is when I blocked him because he couldn't answer it. And Exodus chapter 2, verse 18, Moses' father-in-law is Reuel. But then when you get to Numbers chapter 10, verse 29, they call him Jethro. And then when you get to Exodus chapter 3, verse 1, and Judges chapter 4, verse 11, he's Hobab. So who is it? Is the Mount of Revelation Horeb or Sinai? Exodus chapter 3, 1, 17, 6, Deuteronomy chapter 1, 6, Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 10. Will have you believe that it's Horeb. But then when you read Exodus 19, 11, 19, 18, Leviticus 7, 38, Leviticus 26, 46, they all tell you that it was Sinai. So what was it, Horeb or Sinai? Does the God of the Hebrews reveal himself to Moses in Midian or Egypt? And Exodus chapter 3, verses 1 to 15, he was revealed to Moses in Midian. But when you look at Exodus chapter 6, verses 2 to 3, Exodus chapter 6, verse 28 to 29, and Ezekiel chapter 20, verse 5, he was revealed to Moses in Egypt. So what was it? Was it Midian or Egypt? Does Yahweh command Moses to perform the signs before the elders of Israel, before Pharaoh? Exodus chapter 3, verse 16, Exodus chapter 4, verse 1, Exodus chapter 4, verse 8, will have you believe that Moses performed the miracles before the elders of Israel. But Exodus chapter 4, verse 21 will have you believe that it was done before Pharaoh. You can't say it was both because the text don't say that. Remember, details matter. This is the shit y'all need to be doing before y'all start talking shit about other people's text. This is what you need to be doing. Before you run around and start attacking the Awaspi and the Quran and shit like that, this is the type of shit you need to be doing. Because ain't no one hitting you with these kind of contradictions until I came around. Now, this shit's been around before me, but nobody in the Israelite community was bringing this shit up like that, like me, and corroborating it like I'm corroborating it. You dig what I'm saying? Does Moses demand a leave of 3 days from Pharaoh's service in order to sacrifice to Yahweh, or an unconditional release? Because if it was an unconditional release, there'd be no reason for him to request 3 days. That's a condition. And that's Exodus chapter 3, verse 18, chapter 5, verse 3, and chapter 8, verse 23. and does Moses demand the 3 days to leave, or does he demand 3 days from Pharaoh to service in order to sacrifice to Yahweh? So Exodus 3:18, 5:3, and 8:23 will have you believe that he requested 3 days from Pharaoh. But then when you read Exodus 6, verses 6 to 8, will believe he asked for unconditional leave, not 3 days. So was it 3 days or an unconditional leave? Which one is it? And there's more witnesses for the former. So it's up to you which one you want to believe. It can't be both. He couldn't ask for 3 days and an unconditional leave because that makes no fucking sense. It was either 3 days or an unconditional leave. Which one was it? Again, it depends on what author you read from. Does Pharaoh choose not to let the Hebrews go, or does Yahweh harden his heart? Exodus chapter 3, verse 19, chapter 7, verse 13 to 14, chapter 8, verse 11 to 15, and chapters 9, verses 35 will have you believe that Pharaoh didn't want to let the Hebrews go by his own volition. But when you read verses, Exodus chapter 4, verse 22, and Exodus chapter 7, verse 3, and Exodus chapter 9, verse 12, Yahweh is hardening Pharaoh's heart. Why would you harden Pharaoh's heart? What sense does that make? What, you know what I mean? Like, what sense does that make? And then punish him after you harden his heart. What sense does that make?
Yeah, most people will bring you probably like most Hebrews will bring you to like chapter Romans chapter 9, where it talks about how he just raised up Pharaoh just to basically destroy him in front of everybody on the earth to show his power.
Yeah, some dumb shit like that makes no sense. You're the God of Israel. What you going to show your power for? You don't show your power multiple times. You dig what I'm saying? They couldn't even get your name right. It just shows it's from different authors. That's not what happened, because it's telling you here that Pharaoh, he didn't want to let the Hebrews go, not because Yahweh hardened his heart. That came late. That came from different authors. If anything, it says that Pharaoh didn't want to let the Hebrews go on his own first in Exodus chapter 3, verse 19. It wasn't until Exodus chapter 4, verse 22 from a different author that now Yahweh's hardening his heart. You dig what I'm saying? Now Yahweh all of a sudden is hardening his heart. Is it Moses' staff or Aaron's staff or God's staff? Right? Exodus chapter 4, verse 2. Exodus chapter 7, verse 15. Exodus chapter 17, verse 20. Chapter 9, verse 23. And chapter 10, verse 13 will have you believe that it's Moses' staff. But the Aaronids in Exodus chapter 7, verses 9 to 12. Chapter 7, verses 19 will have you believe that it's Aaron's staff, because you know their father is Aaron. Or is it God's staff in Exodus chapter 4, verse 20? Does a staff turn into a snake or a serpent? You know, because those be two different things, a snake and a serpent. Serpent could be like a lizard or some shit. You know, he could have threw the fucking staff down and turned into a gecko. You know what I mean? Like, it could have been that. It didn't have to be a snake. One says a snake and the other one says a serpent. He could have threw the staff and it turned into a dinosaur, because they called the dinosaur serpents back then. So that could have been the same shit. You know what I mean? What was it? Was it a snake or a serpent? And if it was a serpent, what kind of serpent? Was it a snake? Was it a lizard? Was it a tanine, a dinosaur? What was it? Does Moses have a heavy tongue? Or does Moses have a heavy mouth and tongue, or uncircumcised lips? In Exodus chapter 4, verse 10, he has a heavy mouth and tongue. But when you read Exodus chapter 6, verses 12 and 6, verses 30, he has uncircumcised lips. His lips ain't circumcised. Yo. So let me get to the altar. Hold on, my bad. I'm going to Aaron.
All right, I think we have a brother that wants to join on.
Go ahead, that's fine.
It's the brother Julio from before. Shalom.
Shalom, brother. How are you?
All right. How you been doing, bro?
Okay, I can't complain. But yeah, I figured maybe we could get somebody in here that can kind of explain these alleged contradictions, which, I mean, with all due respect, I do feel like the brother's just reading here and he already knows, if not all of the answers to all of these contradictions. I'm pretty sure he knows the majority of them. He seems like a pretty well-educated brother.
Yeah, I don't ever ask questions. I rarely ask questions I don't know the answers to. That's one thing you
Yeah,
understand.
Yeah, which is that's smart and that's fine, but some of the things that you're saying here, I'm pretty sure that you know that you're putting out falsehoods.
No, I'm not putting out falsehoods. You might feel that way. That's fine. That's all okie
Uh,
dokie on my end. But there are contradictions.
well,
Some of them
and
could
I
be.
would agree.
Go ahead.
I was going to say I would agree that to an extent there are some things that would appear as a contradiction, being scribal errors and our own misunderstandings. Because there was a lot of years where I was in that same boat. I already knew everything. I heard a couple people talk about the Bible contradicts itself, and I was like, okay, the problem solved. I can be an atheist now. Oh, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just saying that I heard some people say the same thing. I read a couple pamphlets talking about how God didn't know what he was talking about. But then when we go back through it and like take each instance where somebody wants to build this straw man, and then we see what the actual context is, we see that that's not true. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure the last thing y'all was just talking about was Pharaoh, and did God uh, build him up, or however it was. I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly how you worded it, but you were saying that it doesn't make any sense that God would harden his heart.
Yeah,
But
it
we
doesn't.
do know that it does make sense that God would harden his heart. Somebody's got to be the bearer of bad news. Somebody's got to be the one that punishes Israel or whoever else when they step out of line. God, like, you're not a bad guy just because you have to make your child stand in the corner, or sometimes maybe even give them a spanking. That doesn't make you a bad person. However, you do need to do something to teach your child. You can't play in the street. Hey, I already told you, don't be climbing on the counters with a knife. Like, you might have to do something that you don't want to do, and that may seem kind of harsh, but to convey a good point, you might have to use something that might seem harsh, right? So if Israel stepped out of line, why wouldn't God have to use Pharaoh to punish them?
Because Israel's stepping out of line. There's no reason for him to use Pharaoh because Pharaoh's not the one stepping out of line. It's Israel. So the punishment
So
will go to Israel. That makes no sense.
yeah.
Ethically, it makes no sense. And
Well,
if
okay, so
anything,
so now that
if
with all due
anything,
respect,
that's an attribute of a false god. Because I also believe in many gods. So if you're acting like
I,
that, then you're
no,
a false.
I'm not one of these other Israelites. I never said there aren't many gods.
I'm sure
I
you're
don't.
not.
I'm not one of those guys. So I'm very well aware that there are many gods out there. However, just because you or I say, well, that doesn't make any sense, and God didn't have to build Pharaoh up to punish Israel. He could have made their house fall down. He could have made them fall down and scrape their knee. He could have done this or that. That's fine. He could have done any of those things. But it's not for you or me to say what God should have done. Because if you are going to ask me, I would say, yeah, he should kill them all, no matter what he's got to do.
Mm-hmm. So I believe I am
So
one that should question God because I don't
I'm
go by
sorry.
according.
Can you say?
I believe I am
I'm
one
sorry.
who should question God.
Okay. I mean, again, if we're just gonna go by what we feel, then I mean, yeah, I feel like I'm a tall, rich white guy, but that doesn't change anything.
You'd be lying if you said that.
Well, not totally. I'm almost 6 foot.
You're almost six
I'm light
foot. You're
skinned.
fairly well skinned, and you're almost rich. That's what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You're fairly tall. You're 6 foot, fairly light skinned, and you're almost rich.
Well, except for the last part, yeah,
Okay. Well, you're
not even
middle
close.
class.
But anyway, I'm just my point is just because you or I feel a certain way, that doesn't change that
Mm-hmm.
God is the one that's the Almighty, and whether it's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, like the one I believe in, or the God that you believe in, which I'm not exactly sure who that is, but either way, if it was my God or your God that created the world and everything in it, then it only makes sense that it's his rules, not mine or yours, even if
Okay.
they don't
So
make
then,
sense to us.
heard that. So then Moses, that Pharaoh choose not to let the Hebrews go on his own volition, or the Yahweh harden his heart.
So personally, I believe that Yahuwah hardened his heart, but I also have heard the argument, some people say that translation should not be hardened, but it's actually magnified. So basically it would be that Yahuwah magnified what was already in Pharaoh's heart. But even without that, like, I would say personally, I believe that God did create some people for everlasting destruction. I do believe that God uses evil for good. So I have no problem with God creating Pharaoh for the sole purpose of punishing Israel and then punishing Pharaoh and destroying him to make himself look mighty. Or not look mighty, but to show his actual might.
Or it could have just been a result of circumstances. Israel was in a place they probably shouldn't have been, or they were there. And obviously, roles changed, kings changed, and then they had a king that didn't know them and just enslaved them.
Okay, I
It all
mean,
like that.
and again, I'm good with that. As a matter of fact, we can even see that from the Egyptian history that something similar to that did happen. There was the pharaohs, or government systems, whatever, they were overthrown all of the time in ancient Egypt. It wasn't like it was always just one bloodline controlling Egypt. Right. So we know
Right.
at a time there was Cushites controlling Egypt. We know at a time there was Greeks controlling Egypt. Right.
Of course, you had
So,
Amos the first, who was a Nubian. You then
okay.
want to say he would
So
have been a Cushite.
yeah. So if why couldn't it be the same thing at the time of Joseph? And I wish I knew right off the top of my head, but there is a writing that actually talks about that. They were saying that it's within like 150 years of this alleged timeline of Joseph that Egypt was overthrown, and that's when the Cushites came in, which would make sense. That okay, yeah, they know, everybody remembers Joseph and what a great guy he was for a certain amount of time. Well, then this new guy comes in, he overthrows the old leadership. He doesn't know anything about Joseph or doesn't care about Joseph because Joseph wasn't doing nothing good for his government, was only doing something good for the government from before. So he forgot about Joseph. He didn't care anymore. Right. And now that makes perfect sense too. Were they in there 400 years, 430 years, or only one generation? I mean, that again, we can just look at the example here in the United States of America. Like we can say, okay, African Americans have been enslaved here for 400 years, or it could be 405 years, round it to 400. That's super easy. Okay. And then how long were they enslaved for? Well, you and I would probably have the same understanding that we're all in under slavery right now. We're all facing some type of bondage, even right now. However, is it as bad as it was in the 1800s? No. The real bad slavery, when everybody was getting beat with whips and your wife taken every night, that doesn't happen now. But don't pay your taxes at the end of the year and see if you're not in bondage right now.
So what was
See,
it? Was it 400? Was it 400 years, 430 years, or a mere generation they were enslaved in Egypt?
so they were in there for 430 years in total. Then they were in heavy bondage for one generation. Right? Just like
They
right now.
weren't. They
Our
weren't heavy. They
forefathers,
were. They were in heavy bondage for one generation.
correct. They were only in heavy bondage for one generation.
So the sources says they were in heavy bondage for one generation. Does it make reference to the 430 years prior? Does it put that together? Or are you just reading from two different sources and you're making up your own headcanon? Because they're all separate sources, say different things.
Yeah, that's and again, I know you've heard of this, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little.
Well,
Like,
that deals with
yeah,
the law.
sometimes you don't get the whole story all at one time. Just like when you learned math, like you learned to add one day and you worked on that for a few months, and then you moved on to subtraction, and then you moved on to multiplication, and then you moved on to division. They didn't just shove it all down your throat at one time, but here a little, there a little. You might at the beginning, it was just important that you knew that you were going to be going into slavery for 400 years. You don't necessarily need to know it's exactly 430 years and 3 months and 28 days and 4 minutes. Like, we don't, all of that's not necessary.
Well, yeah,
You
it is
just need to
necessary
know
because
that you're
details
going into
matter.
bondage. What's that?
Details matter. Details matter.
Yeah, and that's why you get the details later. You get
You
more
don't get the
details
details
added
later.
to it
You should get
later.
the details right there and there. It makes no sense to
Well,
get it
that's
later.
because you're
All that's
saying that,
about.
but that's not how you
But that's
learn.
just because
That's
that's
not
how
how
it is,
you were
bro.
taught everything.
Bro, you're
What's that?
taught the Bible. You're taught that the Bible flows infallibly. That's what you're told. Which is why you question another Bible. I don't see why you question if another Bible is infallible or not if you believe your Bible is infallible, which I don't understand. You see the
I
contradictions
don't.
in your face.
Why are you putting those words in my mouth after what I've
Because
just
you
told you?
do. It's obvious that you're claiming that it's infallible because there's no contradictions. You think they're just misunderstanding.
No.
It's left
Now
in a
you're gonna
mystical
go and try and
understanding.
attack me instead of just
I'm
talking
not
about it. Let's
attacking
talk
you. I'm
like
just letting you know what it is. I'm not
grown
attacking you.
ass
I'm not saying
men.
nothing derogatory
If
to
we
you.
want to talk shit to each other, let's meet up. If
Well,
not, let's talk like some
listen, no
regular
one ain't
people.
going to meet up with your bum ass. Now I'm talking shit to you. Ain't no one going to meet up with your bum ass. We're going to be right here talking. All right? That
All
ain't going
right.
to happen.
I
So
know it
stop
ain't
acting like,
because you're just gonna keep
so
huffing.
stop acting like a fucking animal, and let's be reasonable like men.
Okay, now you just gonna say what's
No,
rub
because
or
you're
I'm
acting
rubbing
like
your
an animal.
groove?
You
Like
just sat
that's
there and
what
said
we
we can
gonna
meet up in
do?
person. You acting like an animal. We don't need to act like that. We can act like reasonable men. You're gonna be sitting there implying that we're gonna be dropping addresses and shit like that, because that's not gonna go down.
Yeah, of course not. That's why I'm saying, why are you running your fucking mouth already? Let's just
Because
talk
I
like
can run my
regular men.
motherfucking mouth. I was invited on the stream to do a lesson. You just came on later on some bullshit.
Somebody got to correct your dumb ass.
Hey, you're not correcting me with shit. You
I
didn't
know,
correct
because
me.
you ain't gonna
You're
listen.
giving me headcanon. That's what you're giving me. Your ass is already convinced. That's the problem. So you want to be quickly deconvinced, but I'm not going to quickly convince you. So that's the whole thing. You already have it ingrained in your mind. The shit that you believe is authentic. That's the end all and be all. I've already had a conversation with you. Everything with you is understanding, understanding, understanding. There's no understanding needed. Your shit contradicts itself because you're only
I
clinging
can
to two
see that
contradictions.
you ain't worried about
You're only
understanding.
clinging
I
to
can
two
see that
contradictions
you're
compared to
not
the rest
worried
I
about
brought
that
up.
at all. But the
You're only
rest of
bringing up
us
the two
are.
that you can deal with. You only bring up the two that you can deal with, but you can't deal
My
with the rest
God,
of the shit that
bring
I
up
brought up.
whichever one you want. Whichever one you want. I brought up
I
the
already
last
brought
two
them
that you
up.
was just
I
on.
already brought them up to your
Hey,
clown
Louis,
ass.
Louis,
That's it.
how about this, Louis? Give him one that you think that he can't answer. Then
Yeah, come on.
from either Genesis or Exodus that you presented.
I got him.
Anyway, Big, I didn't mean to come in here talking shit on your live, but let him read his rabbi shit and we'll
My
kill
rabbi.
this real
So you
quick.
talking about critical biblical scholarship? Nigga, you read from rabbis and bullshit Israelites. Don't even start talking that shit. Your bullshit ass God, nigga. I
Read
already
your
told you.
prophet and
That's
get
like
us
I
a
told you,
contradiction.
nigga. King Mesha whipped your God's ass. Don't talk that shit. Your ancestors were some bitch ass niggas like you. So keep talking
All
that
right.
shit.
All right. So bring something out, bro. Tufferton.
All right, asshole. When did God provide quails for the Israelites? Was it before Sinai or after Sinai? Go to
When
Exodus
did he
chapter
what?
16, verses 1 to 15. Go to Exodus chapter 16, verses 1 to 15. And then go look at Numbers chapter 11, verses 4 to 35. When did he
All right.
give
You really
quails?
want me to
Did he
do that, or
provide
you just
quails
want
for
to
the
tell me what
Israelites?
it say real quick?
Was it before? Did he provide quails for the Israelites before Sinai or after Sinai?
After Sinai, I would imagine. I don't know. I don't have that one memorized off the top.
Well, I'm giving them to you. Go read it. Go look on your phone or something.
All right. You said it was Exodus what?
Chapter 16, verses 1 to 15. I want you to read it out loudly, too. And then you got Numbers chapter 11, verses 4 to 35.
Well, goddamn, let me get to the first one.
I'm going to let you get to the first one. That's why I told you what it was. I'm not unreasonable.
Exodus 11, right?
Exodus 11, chapter 4, verse 35. But read Exodus chapter 16, verses 1 to 15 first.
Okay, Exodus 16. I'm sorry, 16, 1 through 35, you said?
No, 16, 1 through 15.
1 through 15, okay. All right, I just grabbed the Septuagint because that was the one that was right there. All right, I think this is the beginning of it. It says, and they departed from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinah. And on the 15th day in the second month after their departure from the land of Egypt, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses.
Hold on real quick. My fault. Yeah, Walter just made a good point. I should share the screen so brothers and sisters can read along with us. Hold on. You're in
Yeah.
Exodus.
I was reading in the right spot, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go there myself. Hold on.
You said it was Exodus what?
16.
It was Exodus chapter 16, verses 1 to 15.
All right.
It's the first one.
All right, whenever you're ready to read, go ahead.
All right, and from the top of 16 it says, and they departed from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinah. And on the 15th day in the second month after their departure from the land of Egypt, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron, and the children of Israel said to them, would we had died smitten by the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots and ate bread to satiety, and for ye have brought us out into the wilderness to slay this congregation with hunger. And the Lord said to Moses, behold, I will rain bread upon you out of heaven, and the people shall go forth, and they shall gather their daily portion for the day, that I may try them whether they will walk in my law or not. And it shall come to pass on the 6th day that they shall prepare whatsoever they have brought in, and it shall be double of what they shall have gathered for the day daily. And Moses and Aaron said to all the congregation of the children of Israel, at even ye shall know that the Lord has brought you out of the land of Egypt, and in the morning ye shall see the glory of the Lord, inasmuch as he hears your murmuring against God. And who are we that ye continue to murmur against us? And Moses said, this shall be when the Lord gives you in the evening flesh to eat and bread in the morning to satiate, because the Lord has heard you murmuring, which ye murmured against us. And what are we? For your murmuring is not against us, but against God. And Moses said to Aaron, say to all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before God, for he has heard your murmuring. And when Aaron spoke to all the congregation of the children of Israel, they turned toward the wilderness, and the glory of the Lord appeared in a cloud. And and the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak to them, saying, towards the evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be satisfied with bread, and ye shall know that I am the Lord your God. And in the evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning it came to pass, as the dew ceased around about the camp, that behold, the face of the face of the wilderness was a small thing like white coriander seed, as frost upon the earth. That was 15. Do you want me to keep going?
I can't. We go outside real quick. Maybe that's what it is.
I'll just keep going until he's ready. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, what is this? For they knew not what it was. And Moses said to them, this is the bread which the Lord has given you to eat. This is which the Lord has appointed. Gathered it each man for his family, and Omer for each person according to the number of your souls. Gather each of you with his fellow lodgers. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some.
I believe that was it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now, what was the other one? Did you say Numbers?
Numbers chapter 11, verses 4 to 35.
You said Numbers 4?
Yeah, Numbers chapter 11, verses 4 to 35. So you go to chapter 11, you start at verse 4.
And I wish I wouldn't have grabbed the Septuagint.
You want me to read it? I can put it on the
Yeah,
Septuagint.
the first verse.
I don't care. I just only grabbed the Septuagint because it was the first one I saw from my shelf. But I think I found it right here. It's up to y'all if you want me to read or if you want to read.
You go ahead.
Okay. 11 and 4. And if they shall sound with one, all the rulers, even the princes of Israel, shall come to thee, and ye shall sound an alarm, and the camps pitched eastward shall begin to move, and ye shall sound a second alarm, and the
That's
camps.
not 11:4.
Maybe I'm in 10-4. Hold on 1 second. They didn't teach me Roman numerals in Oregon. All right, let me see. Is this it? 11 and 4, and the mixed multitude among them. Is that the one?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. 11 and 4, and the mixed multitude among them lusted exceedingly, and they and the children of Israel sat down and wept and said, "Who shall give us flesh to eat?" We
Let's say
remember.
pause right there. Pause right there, right? Just right at that first verse. Why are they asking for flesh if before you just read it? What was it?
Exodus 16.
Exodus 16. They gave them 12 in Exodus 16. So what are they doing lusting for meat?
Maybe they didn't have enough meat. Maybe they like I am. Maybe they're like me. And sometimes I get a little bit of the good life, and then I start spending way more money than what I really should. I go to sushi a couple extra times.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like headcanon. That's not what's in the scripture.
No. So now you're doing the same thing that you're accusing me of.
No,
you're
that's
saying
headcanon.
because they're saying that they still want some meat.
They're not saying they still want some meat. They're asking for meat as if they were never given meat.
You're saying as if. You're saying as if.
They're not asking for more meat.
All right. I mean, are we going to play little semantic games like that?
We're not playing semantics. I'm only going by what
literally
the
what you're doing.
It says, now the mixed multitude who among them crave more desirable foods, right? And so the Israelites wept again and said, if only we had meat to eat. They just had meat to eat. They're implying that they had no meat to eat.
Are you seriously trying to act like your kid never asked you for a second piece of candy after you gave him some candy?
That's not what the text is telling you.
It's not what it's not telling me. You're implying that it's saying they never were given meat, but
they're not acknowledging that they were given meat before. Details matter. Details matter. They were never given meat the first time.
But that's not what it says. Show me the verse that says they were never given meat before.
Plus, if you read, brother, plus what you read, the very next verse is 15. It says, "But we remember the fish we used to eat freely in Egypt."
Okay, so yes, I remember the fish I used to eat on the beach in Oregon. I can still get fish right here in Colorado.
But that's not what he's talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about.
What they're remembering, but the meat that they're remembering to eat, brother, in this scripture right here is in Egypt. What Louis was just showing you in Exodus is when they were already in the wilderness and how they already ate the meat or the quail.
But where does it? Where does it say? Even does it say that they want quail?
Finish.
Literally
Let him finish.
Fish, a different
Let
type
him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead. Read till verse 35.
All right.
Start in verse 5. You already read verse 4. Go to verse 5 and continue to 35.
We remember the 11 and 5. We remember the fish which we ate in Egypt freely, and the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the garlic and the onions. But now our soul is dried up and our eyes turn to nothing but the manna, and the manna is the coriander seed, and the appearance of it, the appearance of hoarfrost. And the people went through the field and gathered it and ground it in the mill, or pounded it in the mortar and baked it on the pan and made cakes of it. And the sweetness of it was as the taste of a wafer made with oil. And when the dew came upon the camp by night, the manna came down on it. And Moses heard them weeping by their families. everyone in his door, and the Lord was very angry, and the thing was evil in the sight of Moses. And Moses said to the Lord, why hast thou afflicted thy servant? And why have I not found grace in thy sight? And thou shouldest lay the weight of this people upon me. I have conceived all this people, or have I conceived all these people, or have I borne them? That thou sayest to me, take them into thy bosom, as a nurse would take her suckling into the land which thou swearest to their fathers. Whence have I flesh to give all these people? For they weep to me, saying, give us flesh that we may eat. I shall not be able to hear this people
So,
alone, or to bear these people alone.
so
For
if you
this
look at verse real quick, if you look at verse 14, right? If I'm saying
uh-huh
like that, I am not able to bear all these people alone because the burden is too heavy for me. If you treat me like this, kill me. So let me go back further. Where does it say that at? As in verse 13. Okay. Where am I to get meat to give all these people? For they weep all over me, saying, give us meat that we may eat. He just gave them meat. That also implies to have no flocks for meat. Because Moses is asking, where am I going to give them meat to eat? There's no meat. But they just got meat earlier. You read it.
right. They
Of course,
yes, we know that they got some
they
amount
got
of
no, they
meat.
got quails. They got quails before Sinai,
Right.
right?
Right.
They got meat. So
Right.
Moses knows where to get meat, but now Moses don't know where to get meat. And if he had flocks, obviously it was a crazy idea to kill the flocks to kill them for meat. And you know they came up with flocks. So what does that imply? Israelites didn't eat meat because the way
Or
he's asking, where am I
or,
going to give them meat? Yeah,
or
flocks. Or did you
okay,
not have flocks?
so I 100% agree with you that what you're saying is completely possible. Like
So
that it would be
going
crazy for
further,
me to
going further, I'm going to continue reading now. Am I not able to bear all these people alone because the burden is too heavy for me? If you treat me like this, please kill me here and now. If I have found favor in your sight, and do not let me see my wretchedness. So the Lord said to Moses, gather me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be elders of the people, and officers over them. Bring them to the tabernacle of meeting, that they may stand there with you. Then I will come down and talk with you there. I will take the spirit that is upon you, and will put the same upon them, and I shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you may not bear yourself alone. And I'm reading from the New King James Version, just mind you. And it says, then you shall say to the people, consecrate yourselves for tomorrow, and you shall eat meat. For you have wept in the hearing of the Lord, saying, who will give us meat to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Again, they're bringing up Egypt again. They're not bringing up the quail event that just happened prior, before Sinai, right? Therefore, the Lord will give us meat, and you shall eat, and you shall eat. Let me say, and you shall eat not 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, nor 10 days, nor 20 days before a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils and becomes loathsome to you. Why would the Most High say that?
because they were
Why?
acting insatiable before.
No,
When he
because they
gave you
wanted to eat
some,
meat. No, because they wanted to eat meat. He didn't want them eating meat.
no, that's what
That's
you're
what I'm saying.
saying. That's
No,
ridiculous.
that's what it is, because the original diet in the Garden of Eden had no meat in it.
Oh, so God was just having Abel kill animals for fun?
Well, that means that Abel wasn't killing animals. That's a scribal corruption. That's what that
Silly
means.
Willie, come on.
So going further, so this guy's obviously not educated, right? Therefore, the Lord will give you meat, and you shall eat. You shall eat not 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, nor 10 days, nor 20 days before a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils and becomes loathsome to you, because you have despised the Lord who is among you, and I wept before him, saying, why did we ever come up out of Egypt? And Moses said, the people whom I am among are 600,000 men on foot. Yet you have said, I will give them meat that they may eat for a whole month. Shall flocks and herds be slaughtered for them, to provide enough for them? Or shall the fish of the sea be gathered together for them, to provide enough for them? Like, it was such a crazy idea the way that he asked that question, right? But they was eating meat, like you said. But he's asking as if they wasn't eating meat, because they got flocks, but he ain't killing them. He just sat there and said it. And you can't fucking tell me they were using it for cheese and clothes. They had to save them because they were producing their flocks. So the way that he's asking, so you can read and you don't read out your ass, as he asked, that's crazy ass idea. You want me to kill the flocks? Where the fuck else were they going to get the meat? They just got the meat from heaven, but they're not bringing it up. Everything they remember is from Egypt, not from what you just read earlier. Pay attention. Going further, and Moses said, the people whom I'm among are 600,000 men on foot. Yet you have said, I will give them meat, and they may eat meat for a whole month. You shall flocks and herds be slaughtered for them to provide enough for them. Or shall the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to provide enough for them? Because that's a crazy idea to Moses. Speaking like a vegetarian because he don't eat meat. And the Lord said to Moses, has the Lord's arm been shortened? Now you shall see whether I will say what happened to you or not. So Moses went out and told the people the words of the Lord, and he gathered 70 men of the elders of the people and placed them around the tabernacle. Then the Lord came down in the cloud and spoke to them and took the spirit that was upon him and placed the same upon the 70 elders. And it happened, and when the spirit rested upon them, they prophesied, although they never did so again. But 2 men had remained in the camp. The name of one was Eldad, and the name of the other was Medad. And the spirit rested upon them. Now they're among those listed, but those who had not gone out to the tabernacle, yet they prophesied in the camp. Look, they didn't go outside to the tabernacle, yet they prophesied in the camp. Where the fuck was the tabernacle?
The fuck does that have to do with anything, dog? You talking?
You're going to see in a
circles.
moment. You're going to see soon. You're going to see soon. Because one author will tell you the tabernacle was in the midst of the children of Israel. That means it was between them. No, you shut up and listen to me. And at one point, I say that it was in between, in the midst of the children of Israel. And now all of a sudden, the tabernacle is outside the camp. So is it inside the camp or outside the camp? But we're not at that contradiction yet. So I'm going to pause there. So going further, and the young man ran and told Moses and said, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp when the tabernacle is outside the camp. So Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' assistant, one of his choice men, answered and said, Moses, my Lord, forbid them. Then Moses said to him, are you zealous for my sake? Oh, that all the Lord's people were prophets, and the Lord will put his spirit upon them. And Moses returned to the camp and the elders of Israel. The Lord sends quail. Did he just not fucking send quail earlier? Now, and a wind went out from the Lord, and it brought the quail from the sea, and then fluttered near the camp, about a day's journey on the side, and about a day's journey on the other side, all around the camp, and about 2 cubits above the surface of the ground. And the people stayed up all day, all that day, all night, all the next day, and gathered the quail, who he gathered, least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them out for themselves all around the camp. But while the meat was still between their teeth, before it was chewed, the wrath of the Lord was aroused against the people, and the Lord struck the people with a very great plague. I wonder what that plague was. Obviously, disease from the meat. So he called the name of that place Kibroth HaTavah, because there buried the people who had yielded the craving. And that name means place of the lusters, because they lusted after flesh. From Kibroth HaTavah, the people moved to Hazeroth and camped at Hazeroth. So when the fuck did it happen? Before Sinai they got quail, or after Sinai? They just got quail for the second time.
Well, what would they do that for if they're vegetarians, like you're saying?
Did it happen once, twice? Did it never happen? That's the question.
You
just sat there and told me before you even read it.
Like
you just sat there and told me before you read it that it happened once and it happened before Sinai. You read it before Sinai, and here you are writing it after Sinai.
It happened once. I never said it happened once.
Yes, the fuck you did. You said it happened before Sinai. You didn't say it happened twice. You didn't say it happened twice. Now you want to say it happened twice because you read it twice.
I never heard.
If he would have never heard that shit, Jose, he would have said it happened once.
Hey, am I still here?
Yeah, we hear you.
We're here.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Am I in here?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you. Oh, hold on. He probably has to drop back on.
What about you, Jose? Do you see? Or am I just speaking out my ass?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now he's probably going to get back on here and say that happened twice because he just read it twice. So he gave him quail twice?
My bad. I accidentally hung up. But yeah, he gave him quail twice. He gave him quail for over a month till it came out their nose. And there wasn't no veg.
The second time, right? After Sinai?
from Abel's sacrifice, but also from what Noah was told after the flood. I mean, this is like Sunday School 101. You learned this in elementary
No, it's
school.
not. You just got on this page, bro. You got on the live stream.
You muted,
talking
bro.
about it happened before Sinai, implying that it was one time. Now that this dude read it twice, contradiction is he can't accept that because he doesn't allow him, his faith won't allow him to. So no, it has to be twice. It has to be twice. And he can't answer if it was before Sinai or after. So it had to be twice, right? It had to be before Sinai and after. This shit's a joke, bro. You're serious now.
Tobias. Come here. Tobias.
Never have I ever heard anybody teach a Christian, Jew, anybody taught that they were given quail twice. Never. Ever.
All right, that was a good one. Give him another one. Give him like I said, give him the tabernacle one. You said you was in the midst of it talking about the tabernacle one anyways, about how it's either inside the camp or outside.
Just look. Look, and even with the same thing, real quick, who said that the Israelites have meat to eat in the wilderness or not. Mentioned the same passages.
According to the passage, yes, they did, but not two times, only once, only one account. It should only be one account.
And the way Moses asked a second time, do I kill the flocks? Well, nigga, if you got flocks, then kill them for meat, unless they wasn't eating them for meat. So he couldn't sacrifice the flocks because they wasn't eating meat, which will give credence to why the Most High punished their ass while they were eating the meat, because he couldn't stand their ass watching them eating the fucking meat. So he punished them. But where the fuck do you get that they came twice? I don't understand that.
And and that makes sense because there are Hebrew believers that you have to attest. There are Hebrew believers that believe that Israelites were vegetarians and not meat eaters. You know what I'm saying? So, that argument could be made on both sides, I believe. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm sorry. I was out for a minute, so I missed the last little bit of discussion. But in the book of, the beginning, we don't even have to get to the middle of Genesis. Like, even if we're going to believe that in the garden, nobody was eating meat, what about after the flood? Like, how do we get around that one?
It never happened. Multiple cultures talk about a flood, so we know there was a flood, but what does meat have anything to do with it?
Meat doesn't have anything to do with it, except for the fact that God just reminded them, y'all can eat this also. But
yeah, now all of a sudden you can eat meat.
They already knew.
But the original diet wasn't meat. You agree, right?
Well, are you saying that after the flood? I think he's saying that after the flood, you're saying that what were we eating, right? Because you're basically saying that all the plant life and everything was destroyed, right?
Well,
so
no, so I'm just mentioning that the time that God specifically told Noah that to go eat meat, but no, personally, that eating meat beef.
Yeah, you're breaking
God
up.
was having us not.
You're breaking up a little bit. But go ahead. Yeah, you're on mute. I'm saying before you were kind of breaking up.
Get these real quick.
Yeah, I don't know. You probably have a bad connection. Let me drop the link one more time, and then I don't know. You might hop back on. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, my bad. I had to turn off my Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry. What did somebody ask me a question, or I don't know where we were at. Be, so the last thing I know of us, I had said that we were eating meat in the Garden of Eden, and that's why God accepted Abel's sacrifice, but not Cain's. I don't think that God just was having Abel kill an animal and then not communing with him.
Again, if that even ever happened.
Okay, I
There's
mean, yeah,
also a
like
Sumerian.
if we're
There's
just gonna,
also a Sumerian story that's flipped, where the person who was righteous gave forth fruits and vegetables,
okay,
and
but
then out of nowhere, Cain is given forth of the produce of the earth, and that's considered to be foul to the Most High, but he accepts sacrifice. Sounds like the Levites did their duty and put their agenda in there. That's all that sounds like. They switched the story and they made it to where Cain, the more righteous one, was sacrificing animals, when in reality he was sacrificing the produce. All they did was flip the story.
okay, so if he's the less righteous in sacrificing produce, then we'll say Cain is the more righteous, and he's sacrificing animals. Like,
No, it means Abel was the more righteous and he was sacrificing produce, and Cain was the least righteous because he was the one that was really sacrificing meat.
oh, okay, I got you, I got you.
They just flipped the story.
Mm.
Since the Levites are the code of animal sacrifice, that's their thing. They have to legitimate their belief somehow, so they're going to put it back into ancient history and have it to where Abel is now sacrificing animals. But the
So
original diet in the garden wasn't meat eating. If anything, in the King James Version, it said, I've given you fruit for meat. He's giving them seeds, vegetables, and fruit for meat. Or some translations say food, however you want to translate it. So their fruit was their meat. They wasn't eating meat. So
so
that means Abel wasn't eating meat. Because if Abel was sacrificing animals, obviously in ancient sacrifice, in ancient times, was for a meal. That was you giving thanks to the Creator. If Adam and Eve wasn't eating meat and they were commanded not to eat meat, I damn well know Abel wasn't sacrificing the blood offering to the Most High. That had to have been Cain.
okay, so for the sake of argument, let's say that part is true. How does one know what parts of the Bible to keep and what parts to throw out? Because personally, I believe that there's a lot more scripture than just the 66 or the 80 or whatever books, right? I believe that there's
I do too.
a ton of it, and I believe that it's, or I shouldn't say I believe, but it's very possible that that book that you're talking about, the oh, I don't remember how you
Don't
called it.
even worry about trying to pronounce it, bro. Don't even.
Yeah.
I don't even know why it's being brought up.
All right. So yeah, I'm not going to worry about pronouncing that, and maybe someday I'll buy it if I ever get smart enough. But so my point is there's a lot of books out there that are good books for us to learn from, and holy books that God set or left here for us.
I
But
agree with you.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
so my question is how do I know which ones are good and which ones are bad? Because in my opinion, I got to take from Genesis to Revelation and Jubilee and Enoch and any other book that I'm going to read, and it all has to make sense. It all has to flow together. We can't have any contradictions. It's been the topic of the night. And
Does
in
it
my
have to be?
opinion, that God doesn't deal with contradictions. It's always the man that messed it up somewhere along the line, whether it was
So
intentionally or unintentionally. God's story always stays the same. So I'm just trying to wonder, like, how do I know, if the Cain and Abel story really happened? How do I know if the story where the Levites were given the priesthood actually happened? How do I know the adulterous woman? All of these things. How do I know which one is good and that I should believe, and which one I should throw away?
And this is what I talk about all the time about using your spiritual man. I remember when we were having a discussion last time about how certain laws rub me the wrong way, right? About we were talking about killing babies and killing elders and raping and all this other stuff, right? And just certain stories, what I'm saying about do you believe that the Most High sent a bear to kill some kids because they were making fun of Elijah's bald head? You know what I'm saying? And if he did, what law states that you can go and kill somebody just for mocking or making fun of a prophet? You see what I'm saying? Like I said, we have to use our spiritual man when we're reading all books, because like you said, Because right now, what we're talking about today is not just talking about just Torah and and the prophets, like Louis said in the very beginning. I don't know if you saw it from the very beginning. He said that this what he's displaying tonight is not an attack against the Torah, but it talks about how these books attack all religious books and all religious texts. You see what I'm saying? So it's not an attack against the Bible, but what we're showing you is, and what I've been showing people for years is that how there's the Most High just uses good messengers and bad messengers, and we're living out the book of Job. You know what I'm saying? Right now we have the good and evil both testing us, and we have to discern which is the good and which is the evil, and our spirit should let us know which is to discern the two. This is where you talk. This is where you start getting into the New Testament and about being guided by the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit, which is wisdom, should be letting you know, hey man, this right here is off. This right here, okay, yeah. This is what we're telling you, brothers. Man, that's all it is. Even when, like I said, according to Torah, according to New Testament, according to the Awaspi, according to Book of Mormon, according to Enoch, according to all these books that you want to indulge in, they all speaks wisdom in it, but at the same time, you have to be careful because again, there are uh, entities that have played into the book. The devil has had his hand in the book. Daniel 9 tells you not only the Most High, the heathen have sought to change the times, not just the times but the laws. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah,
So
and that part I don't disagree with. I mean, I think I brought out, I don't remember if it was with you or somebody else the other day, but I mean, we do have first and second century, if you want to call them church fathers or whatever, but they're literally talking about how the Pharisees are changing the words of Scripture and adding things and taking away. So we know that was happening, or at least we have writings from people that claim that was happening. So I'm with you on that, and I can see, like, if you want to call it Pauline doctrine, I can see that people manipulated the text. It's very obvious, when we just look at the
Okay,
Textus
but
Receptus and compared to the.
you just see how you just said that you know that the text has been tampered with. So again, so that's what I'm saying. So this is what me and Lou are talking about: how the book is not perfect. So when we're showing you these things that are not perfect, or what we call contradictions, all we're telling people is, "Hey, man, just deal with it." Because at the end of the day, like you just said, because the way we're explaining it seems like you're kind of getting it. Because you just said that that the lying pens of the scribes were at work. So if you know that the scribes, which are the people who write the laws, right, or even write the prophecies, you know what I'm saying, will have to be off.
So again, I don't disagree that there was a lot of bullshit added into it. However, like, there's a scenario that I've heard before. Like, if somebody's going to give you a sandwich, they're going to give you all the right ingredients, and if they want to play a prank or whatever you want to call it on you, right, they make you your sandwich with your turkey, your lettuce, tomato, all the stuff that you like on it, and add a little tiny smear of shit in there. You might never notice. You just eat that sandwich like it was something that was good for you,
Until
right?
somebody pointed out that shit that was in your sandwich.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Until somebody pointed out that shit that was in your sandwich. So
Yes, yes. But however, now if I was to just not give you any meat or mayonnaise on your sandwich and just pile some shit on there, you're right away going to reject it, right? So the way I
that's a
heard it
good
put is,
analogy, but
you
go ahead.
might get 96% great beef, an awesome sandwich, and a couple percent of shit in there. But it's that little couple percent of shit that's going to mess you up, right? Now, I say that to say nobody's going to be able to feed us a 50% shit Bible, right? Like, there might be a few things in there that kind of don't correlate. Some numbers are messed up, or
Dude,
a
we didn't even
genealogy.
scratch the surface, bro. We didn't even scratch the surface. You got 600 contradictions. We didn't even scratch the surface. And we're not going to be able to tonight. So there's way more than what you're saying. Listen, it is a shit sandwich. That's the problem. Probably with like 2 pieces of bologna and some cheese. that's what you're getting. You're getting a shit sandwich, bro. Just right off rip. Like, I go to the next one. Did they have livestock? Because the way they was talking as if they didn't have livestock.
They
Why would they
had
be?
livestock. They didn't want to kill it, though.
They ain't want to kill it. Why they ain't want to kill it?
Because they're greedy sons of bitches.
That makes no sense because in Exodus chapter 12, verse 38, it says a mixed multitude went up with them also, and flocks and herds, a great deal of livestock.
So make up your mind. They either did or didn't have it. Like,
So
see,
your text
you're
needs to make up
saying
the mind, bro.
that Moses
The
didn't know where
text
he
needs
was
to
going to
make up
get
the
this
mind.
stuff from.
Your text needs to make up its mind. That's the problem.
No,
It's not me that needs to make up my mind.
Apparently, like these things are like too. It blows your mind too much that somebody could be greedy. That trips me out. Like,
what trips me out is that your ancestors were bitching about meat twice. They didn't acknowledge the first time they got it, and they're bitching about meat when you damn well know you got livestock. And they just sat there telling you they had no meat. All they had was manna before them. So now your ancestors are liars too.
I
So now they're liars too.
I would say I would say this, that the brother Louis is making a good point. You know what I'm saying? Why would they be complaining about getting meat when they already have meat at their display? That's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, if I have a chicken farm, and I'm over here complaining about not having meat, if I wanted chicken, I just go to my chicken farm and just grab me a damn chicken.
hey, so let me say it like this: I got 12 chickens in my yard right now. Not one of them is for me or you or anybody else to eat. So they're there, right there. They had some animals that they didn't want to kill, whether it was the animals were too young, whether it was because they only had 2 of each and they were going to need them for procreation so they could have
Problem
bigger
is the
flocks
text,
later.
everything he's saying right now, the text doesn't say. It's all headcanon.
Yeah, and it doesn't say what you're saying either.
But hold on, but Louis just said that the text says that they came out with a large amount of flocks, not scarce amount.
Yes. And it also so we could go as far as to say
But the
they
way you're
were killing
explaining
some
it,
of
but
the
the way
animals.
you're
We don't
explaining
know
it,
one way or the other.
no, but the way that you're explaining it is if they had, like, if it was scarce. Like,
No,
they
I
had
said that was a possibility. But really, what did I say before that? That they were greedy and they didn't want to kill their own flocks.
Okay, I'll give you that
The
too.
text doesn't state. The text don't state that, but okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't state any of what you're saying either. So I'm just saying either one of these are a possibility.
It's implied. The shit that you're saying is not implied. Nowhere is it implied. The first verse doesn't imply that. When it says they had a great deal of livestock, your shit makes no sense. Right off rip. That's why Jose Vega brought it up. Makes no sense. They had a great deal. That means they had some and some more. So it makes no sense. Exodus chapter 17, verse 3, and the people thirsted there for water, and the people complained against Moses and said, why is it you have brought us up out of Egypt to kill us, our children, and our livestock with thirst? They had livestock. Nowhere is it implied, even when you read it in context, they were just using it for wool, cheese, or whatever. Nowhere.
Okay, well, if we're gonna be technical, then they didn't ask for quail or meat either. They asked for fish.
No, they remember fish. They gave him quail.
But they asked for
fish how many times?
But that's not what the text says. That's not what the text says. They asked for fish.
I thought they asked for meat.
And then they asked for fish, and then they said flesh.
Because he's going from 2 different accounts. One account says fish, and the other account says flesh. Yep. And he just got done telling you on record that it happened twice. And he's the only Israelite that's going to go on record saying that shit. And the rest of them are going to follow suit when they read the same contradiction. Because it can't be a contradiction. It happened twice. When it only happened once. Or did it happen at all? My man came on the live stream saying that it happened before the Sinai event, implying that it happened once. Now that he read it twice, he's trying to say that it happened twice because the text says it happened twice. Even though the second time.
Keep saying that I said that, don't make it true, bro. I didn't say
no,
it.
Because you changing up. You're changing up based on what you read. You're changing up based on what I read to you. You knew damn well you believed there was only one time. But since you read it twice.
God damn, you think I'm as dumb as you and that I didn't see that it said for a month? You think today was the first day I read it? Is that what you really trying to say?
That was a month when? That was a month before Sinai or after Sinai? That wasn't a month through.
It was after, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm asking you, do you really think that I didn't know that it was for more than one day? Is that what you're trying to tell everybody here?
No, that it happened twice. It was 2 quail events. I don't give a fuck about the month shit.
Yeah, he's asking.
It was 2 events.
He's basically asking you at the very beginning, when were they given the quail? Before Sinai or after Sinai?
Yeah, so if you're saying that you played a semantics game and you tricked me into saying, because how you said it was when did this happen? So I thought you wanted me to answer, was this instance before or after? And since it
And
was
you said
before, I
before.
said before. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen still later.
No, you said before, which implies that it was only one time because you never said that it happened twice. I
Okay, well,
also asked
forgive
you
me
if it
for
happened twice.
implying, and that was
But
too
I
much for you to get.
also asked you if it happened twice.
And I said, yes, bro.
No, you didn't say yes. You either
Oh
said no
my
or you
God.
didn't know. You definitely didn't say
Okay.
yes.
So let's move on to the next one since you stumped me on that and I said once and not twice.
Exactly.
Fucking
I'm
God.
glad
Like,
that you
that make
admitted
any
that.
goddamn sense.
I'm glad he had finally admitted that shit.
All right, so let's move on to something. Just kill it. You got all these daggers. Mika, we ain't going through there. I tell you, I don't want to go through their yard no more.
Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a great multitude of livestock when they saw that the land of Jezreel and the land of Gilead, indeed the region was a place for livestock. Right? Going further, then the whole congregation of the children of Israel complained against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said to them, "Oh, that we had died by the hand of the Lord in the hand of Egypt. We sat by the pots of meat and we ate bread to the full." Nothing about fish than that one, is it? For you have brought us out into the wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Now the mixed multitude, Numbers chapter 11, verses 4-6. Now the mixed multitude who were among them yielded to intense craving. So the children of Israel also wept again and said, "Who will give us meat to eat? We remember the fish." Right? Now it's the fish. We remember the fish which we ate freely in Egypt, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. But now our whole being is dried up. There is nothing at all except this manna before our eyes. There's nothing except manna before all their eyes.
That's that shroom, son.
Where was the livestock? They were so fucked up on shrooms they couldn't see them.
Nope, same thing. They still didn't want to kill him.
They didn't want to kill him, but they had a great multitude of livestock. Makes no goddamn sense.
All right, so yeah, they just tricking you, dog. They really
It
didn't
makes
have
no
any, but
sense.
they was
Look,
telling you that
he
they
needs
balling
it.
out.
He gotta reach for something. Gotta reach for something. I commend you though, bro, but it makes no sense. They had a great deal, as mentioned in multiple times. That means
Yeah,
they
no
had
shit. They had a great deal and they didn't want to do it. Just like you don't like to spend your last dollar.
So,
Just
but if
like
I'm
you,
hungry, I will.
so you're saying that they didn't want to kill any of their flocks, so they just basically asked God to just provide them with just the meat, right? That's what you're saying.
That's exactly what
I am a farmer, and yes, dog, I ask God for more flocks all of the time. I mean, I do it at least once a week, but some weeks I do it every day. I say thank you for giving me all these hundreds of goats, for all of these chickens. Please give me more so that I can provide properly for my family. Yeah, dog, I do that. Still, I'm one of them crazy bitch ass mixed multitude, I guess, because I'm given some and I still ask for more. I thank him for what I got, but I ask him for more.
he don't eat his own shit. He has to ask for the shit that he don't got. But they got.
So you think if they're just hungry out there in the wilderness for no reason and they asking God, hook me up, that God's going to get mad at him? Or if they have plenty and God's already taken care of them?
I would put like this: the reason why the Most High is getting mad is because they're complaining about the mana. You know what I'm saying? And we all know that mana is them shrooms, bro. Because they were going against God's.
I'm interested in that one. You
the
think that it was mana was like literally shrooms that fell down, or
that basically fell down. If there's certain things that makes you come to this conclusion, but yeah, I would say that what was going on here is that they basically denied the mana instead of and complaining about eating the mana, and then they wanted the meat. So I kind of understand where Louis' argument is coming from, and we talked about that the vegetarian, because it's kind of evident right here in verse 6. You know what I'm saying? But because you can see clearly what they're complaining about, because we all know that what Numbers 11:5 says, we remember the fish we used to eat freely in Egypt, the cucumbers. See, all this stuff is beautiful stuff, right? Delicious foods, right? Melons and leeks and onions and garlic. But it says, but now we are dried up, and there's nothing at all before us except this manna. But according to the scripture, manna was what? The loaf. According to the scriptures, what is manna?
like dust, bread, flour stuff, right?
No. I'm talking about what does it represent? Like what is it?
sustenance, God taking care of you, provision.
Exactly. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying, right? Something like the God provided for us, right? But instead of being thankful for that, what happened?
They
We
wanted
still
meat.
we wanted meat.
They wanted
So,
meat when they already had
so
manna.
and exactly. But think about it, brother. They're rejecting the manna. But what does Christ say about the manna in the New Testament? Even Christ talks about the manna and says that He is the manna. Doesn't Christ say compare Himself to the manna?
He don't compare himself to the quail. I can tell you that.
Exactly. Exactly. No, for real. Think about it.
So,
Christ compared himself to the manna, right? And we see in a clear text right here of them basically complaining about the manna.
okay, so if they were vegetarians, then why were they asking for fish or flesh or whatever? Why weren't they
I
asking for
believe.
more
I believe
manna
it was.
or
I
some
believe it
jelly
was
flavored
actually the
manna?
I believe it was the mixed multitude who asked for this, right? Wasn't it?
Yes.
That's what the majority of the congregation is the mixed multitude.
Yeah.
It's just the Levites done fucked up the text to where they get you believing that
It
the
was
mixed
basically
multitude
So basically, it
is
was a
actually the
mixed.
Levites.
Yeah. So it was actually the mixed multitude who actually was asking for the meat. You know what I'm saying? And they were complaining to the people, and basically the people, since they were were already joined together, so it was like a team effort at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Because Moses asked, he was like, what am I going to do? Am I going to sacrifice the animals? Of course. If you have livestock and you have great livestock and they're hungry for food, you sacrifice your animals. You kill your animals to feed the people. You have a great deal. Obviously, it was a crazy ass idea to him. Why? Because he didn't eat meat. The text don't say it because it was written by Levites or the code of animal sacrifice. Of course, they're not going to put it into the
Matter of
text.
fact,
So can I ask you
and
why
look,
they
real
had
quick,
the
real
flocks in
quick.
the first place if they
And
weren't
look, hold on,
eating them?
wait, brother, real quick. And look, and here's my proof about the mixed multitude. It was them who asked it, not the Israelites. Numbers 11:4. See, and the mixed multitude that was among them, they felt a lusting. And the children of Israel also wept again and said, "Who shall give us flesh to eat?" So again, it was actually the mixed multitude who went out, who basically fell a lusting.
And Moses did say that there were children of Israel that did eat meat. They did sacrifices of flesh because when they were in Egypt, because the royalty in Egypt ate flesh, they even ate pork, and they gave their slaves fish.
Well,
So
so
that's why.
royalty in Egypt only ate pork once a year,
But
but
they ate meat.
that's
Did you know that only royalty was allowed to eat the manna, which you would call shrooms, which they would call God's flesh? Matter of fact, that's even in Native American tradition, and that's what they call mushrooms, God's flesh.
okay. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that. I don't know enough about the subjects to say one way or another. I have heard some people saying some similar things, so I mean, it's very possible. I don't have an opinion on what the manna was, and I also do not disagree that it was the mixed multitude that was the ones complaining, that were murmuring, wanting the flesh to eat.
Yeah.
But I see with, I guess now we're throwing out the sacrifices and all that, but before I personally still believe that these sacrifices were for communing with God.
But
Uh, and
if you listen to what Louis teaches, he'll tell you um, that he won't disagree with you about the sacrifices because of the Levites. But remember, he'll tell you that the Levites are not even Israelites. That's the whole point. He'll tell you that they're basically the Egyptians, correct, Louis? They're Egyptians.
That's what I believe to a degree. Most of them, not the mixed multitude, but the mixed multitude were a majority of different tribes. But them Levites, they had to have been Egyptian priests because the way they have the most cultural ties to Egyptians out of all the tribes of Israel that are purported to be tribes of Israel. They are the ones that are connected to the Egyptians the most. Now,
they're more connected than Joseph, because Joseph had kids with an Egyptian.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
You hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I gotta go outside. I said I don't even bother with Joseph because he's a myth to me. You know what I'm saying? If anything, he represents the Pharaoh that put the Israelites into slavery. Because if you look at his account, he put everybody into slavery by the whole thing with the plagues and shit like that. He enslaved everybody, and the only
So
people
weren't
that
we
he didn't
just using
enslave,
Joseph?
the only people he didn't enslave were the priests. Go back and read it. Those were the only people that weren't enslaved. If you anything, the Levites and no slavery.
It was the Levites that weren't enslaved, not just the
Yeah,
priests. It was the
yeah. Then the
Levites.
Levites were priests. which was my point. They were the priesthood because they were priests in Egypt first.
Well,
So this
not
is why they
all
weren't
of them, but
enslaved.
yeah, I hear what you're saying, but not all of the
I say
Levites were
all of them
priests.
were, because at the end of the day, if you look at Moses and Aaron, they were freely able to go in Moses and Pharaoh's court. If they were slaves, if they were Hebrew slaves, that wasn't going to go down. They couldn't just freely go into Pharaoh's court to go speak to him and say,
No,
"Let my
yeah,
people
I
go."
agree with that. Yeah, they weren't slaves. The Levites weren't slaves, but that just because they're not slaves doesn't automatically make them priests. And I'm not
No,
even going
well,
to say
all
that that
Levites
part's
aren't
not
priests,
true.
but
It's
they're
just not what
Egyptian
it
priests in the
says.
sense. It does make sense to a degree, because if you actually understand how the Egyptian priests work in Egypt, they don't deal with the people; they only deal with the
Yeah, that's
temples
what
and
I was.
directly.
Yeah,
So,
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because
So the priests deal with the temple and the gods directly, right? They don't deal with common people. When the
yeah, exactly.
Levites, right, for whatever reason, they came out of Egypt, they must have seen the plagues that Moses brought upon Egypt. They seen the God of Moses was working. I'm not denying the plagues. I'm not denying Moses. I'm not denying the Exodus. I'm just denying how it happened. Now, the Levites were originally, by my theory, what I'm saying is a theory, they were in Egypt. They witnessed the plagues that Moses brought upon the Egyptians, followed him for that reason because they were scared, came with him into the wilderness. And then when Moses separated the Levites from the rest of the children of Israel, and then made the Aaronid the high priest, made Aaron and his sons the high priest, that's where the beef started. Because you have to understand, if you were a priest in Egypt, you didn't deal with the common people. You only dealt with the gods and the temple directly. Now you're coming out of Egypt in a position that you once had that was high above people. You're now regulated to a mere servant of a priesthood that you don't agree should have the priesthood. And now you're regulated to butchering food and serving it to the mixed multitude. So why do you think Korah had a rebellion? His rebellion was because he thought that Moses and Aaron took too much on themselves. And Moses made it clear that he wanted the priesthood. He didn't have the priesthood. Him and the Kohathites didn't have the priesthood. They wanted the priesthood. Why? The text doesn't say. Why I'm saying it is more than likely because they were originally priests in Egypt.
So you saying that they were priests of like Yahwist or
No,
Elohimist
they were
or of the
Egyptian priests.
pantheon?
They were
Okay,
Egyptian priests.
and they just like hopped on the other side once they
Yeah,
left.
well,
They
the
were
mixed
like, okay, I'm
multitude
not
hop
going
with
to
the
do that now.
Israelites. The
Okay,
mixed multitude hop with them.
yeah, no, I'm just trying to follow your path
Okay,
here.
my apology. Let me digress. So you're just asking the question, you're trying to understand. I hear you. So yes, they clung onto the children of Israel. They were among the mixed multitude. And the reason why they were regulated to being servers is because the Aaron and them had the priesthood and they had to serve and they had the knowledge to sacrifice the meat. And that's why the book of Leviticus was written. So they knew how to wash and clean the meat because the Israelites didn't eat meat, but the mixed multitude did. That's why the Levites were not allowed to touch the holy articles of the Israelites because they didn't eat meat and they didn't deal with meat. So they couldn't contaminate the holy articles with the pathogens from the meat
So
because there was no way. Go
do
ahead.
you do you remember when Moses was asking, let us go sacrifice, or I'm sorry, when was it? But I know you'll remember this, but the Israelites were saying, hey, we can't be eating lamb in front of the or no, they said shepherds are abomination. That's what it was. The shepherds were an abomination to them. So they had to live over there in Goshen, right? So they were eating the meat even in Egypt, even while Joseph was in good favor. Well, I guess you don't believe in Joseph now, so but
No, I believe
he
Joseph is a mythical figure. He put the
yeah,
Israelites in slavery. That's how they entered in slavery. They didn't
okay.
enter. They came into Egypt as freemen. They became slaves later. And if you look at the account of Joseph, that's when he enslaved everybody but the priests.
All right, so I don't actually use the book of Jasher for like I don't think it's a good book. I think it's a book that somebody bullshitted and wrote, a pseudo book, if you will, right? But in that book, it tells the story of how everybody went into slavery is because slowly but surely people were hungrier and they were selling more and more of the stuff, so they were raising the tax higher and higher until eventually they had to go into hard bondage because, well, what you already know, because of this new pharaoh that rose up, right? So it wasn't like they just one day all of a sudden had to start doing all of this stuff. Like it was just like we're doing here in the United States. You know, we agree to more and more tax. You give us this benefit, we'll pay this extra tax. You build us this thing over here, we'll pay you this extra tax. And Israel did the same thing with Pharaoh because of the famine that was in the land. Right. And so it even says in the Bible and in Jubilees that Pharaoh was building up the storehouses for Egypt during all this time. And that was because people were bringing everything they had into them.
But he still enslaved the people.
Well, yes, I don't believe that it was Joseph that did that. But I mean, to an extent, yes, because it was Joseph that said, put this tax on them.
Exactly. He then taxed the priests. That's why the Levites never knew slavery in Egypt.
Yeah, and that's true. Yeah, the Levites didn't have to pay that tax. So
the Levites didn't have, listen to this. The Levites didn't have to pay a tax when they were in Egypt, right? Not being Israelites, originally being Egyptians, coming out of Egypt, right? Because they're the ones that had the doctrine of the stranger. All the doctrines that you see in the Bible when it talks about loving the stranger, they all come from Levites, which is ironic because they themselves were strangers. So they come out of Egypt, they build the temple, this bullshit ass temple that they were never supposed to build. And guess what they do? They tax the Israelite people. That's what they do.
No, he fell out real quick. He probably hop back
I
on.
thought that was pretty interesting. They don't get taxed while they're in Egypt. When they come out of Egypt, build a temple, and then they tax their original descendants of Abraham.
Hey, I'm sorry, bro. I got kicked out for a second. I heard you saying that the Levites didn't have to pay the tax while they were in Egypt, and then I lost.
You said you agreed to that, and I also said that when they came out of Egypt and they got settled and they centralized the cult of sacrifice in Jerusalem and they built a temple, they had the Israelites pay a temple tax.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we know that was for the tabernacle to be built.
Right. Tabernacle that was never supposed to be built.
Hey, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Louis. Hit him with that one, and we'll probably end the night on that one.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Hold on, I gotta go to Book of Leviticus. Probably. Let me switch up real quick. All these contradictions here.
Getting a little late. Probably get it like another half hour, and then we'll probably shut it down.
Hey, this person's saying that Jubilee says that the Israelites were never supposed to eat meat forever. And I wonder if they couldn't bring that scripture out, because my book of Jubilees doesn't have that scripture.
Yeah, Asiatic. Post the scripture. Never stop.
I'm just waiting for this to load up.
So while that's loading, let me just ask, did y'all say that the tabernacle was never supposed to be built?
No, you read that in Jeremiah, he tells you don't believe in the words when they say this is the building of the Most High. It's near Jeremiah 8. He explicitly mentions it. He says the law.
Doesn't he also say that in the New Jerusalem there won't be any Holy of Holies, right? Or the Ark. The Ark of the Covenant.
There will be no Holy of Holies, no Ark.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go forward. Manslayer is the reparation for stealing 4 or 5-fold or 1-fold. Our firstborn sacrifice of Yahweh, are they redeemed? That's another contradiction you could look at. Exodus chapter 22, verse 28 says you have to sacrifice your firstborn sons to the Most High, and there is no ritual substitution. But when you read all the rest of the verses in Exodus 13:2 and so forth, and Numbers, they tell you that you can redeem your firstborn son by sacrificing a lamb or some other kind of animal. But you don't read that in Exodus chapter 22, verse 28. It tells you have to sacrifice your sons. Or sacrifice permitted before the tabernacle, altar, Aaronite priesthood established and consecrated, or are they not? So there you go. Is the Aaronite priesthood established and consecrated, or are they not? Exodus chapter 24, verses 5-6 says they were consecrated. And Exodus chapter 40 or Leviticus chapters 1-10 tells you that they're not. Does Yahweh choose only the Aaronites as priests or all the Levites? And the only place you're going to read that all the Levites were chosen as priests in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 18, verses 1 to 8, because it was written by Levites. Let's go on forward. We're almost there. Where's it at? What happens after the tabernacle, 7 anointed, certain foods declare punishment, Yom Kippur. Near it, where we at? Come on. You guys still there? Can you hear me?
Can you hear you?
All right. So let me. Wi-Fi acting up.
Jose,
See,
have,
the
have
only
you
man
ever
that you
done
eat
a
or not.
lesson?
That's another contradiction.
Have you ever done a lesson on the mana,
Who, me? You're talking about Jose?
Jose?
There's a lesson on Ancient Watchmen on it. We did like two classes on it. Well, mostly Ayash did. And Yeshaya. The Billy
You know what the title was called, or
hold on, I'll look it up.
I gotta go back to Deuteronomy. Oh my God. Shit taking forever.
I'm trying to remember how long ago that video was.
Oh, here we go. Does Yahweh dwell among the people in the temple or not? So Exodus chapter 25, verse 8, Exodus chapter 29, verse 45. I'm gonna put those on Bible Gateway real quick. That's what I was looking for.
so doesn't the Most High dwell in the tabernacle, like only in the Holy of Holies, and only on what was it, Feast of Atonement or Day of Atonement, whatever?
Well, it depends on what source you're reading from.
Put it in the garbage. What did you eat for lunch today when your peanut butter was frozen? What did you eat? I ate mac and cheese and also apples. That's cool. Yeah, and also I got some milk. Good job.
Mhm.
Chocolate milk.
So I don't know if you're listening, Jose, but this is what you're asking for.
No, I was just answering the brother's question. It's on this lesson right here. Let me see. It's episode. Yeah, it's Friday Night Mayam, episode 1. See, it was our very first episode for our Friday Night Mayam classes. It was basically how to eat the mushroom, whatever, in the angelic food / corn of heaven. And I know we did like another one too. So, in that one, I believe, No, I believe it was that one with Yeshaya. I know we did like two of them, something like that. So we talked about it a few times, but that's probably like the major one.
Well, that's what's up. I'll look it up.
Yes, baby.
All right.
You finished it? Let me see.
Shut it down. All right, go ahead, Louis.
Good.
Yeah. So, damn, you don't even have Act 6. What do you put? Act 6? Oh, Act 7. What's going on here? So
Yeah,
I said,
matter of fact, if you want to get into that mana talk about the mushrooms, the brother Yeshaya is here. Chulio, I know he could probably explain it a lot better. Like I said, him and Shamar usually get into it in some good details and stuff. If you ever want to have that conversation, I'm very sure Yeshaya will be down to come
Throw
on.
it out in the garbage.
But
And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
so yeah, in Exodus chapter 25, verse 8, it tells you, and let them make me a sanctuary that I may dwell among them. And Exodus chapter 29, verse 45, it says, I will dwell among the children of Israel and be their God. And Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 11, it says, then there will be the place where the Lord your God chooses to make his name abide. Then you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings, your sacrifices, your tithes, the heave offerings of your hand, and all your choice offerings which you vow to the Lord. Then Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 21 says, if the place where the Lord your God chooses to put his name is too far from you, then you may slaughter from your herd and from your flock, which the Lord has given you, just as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your gates as much as your heart desires. But then when you get to Acts chapter 7, verse 48, it says, however, the Most High does not dwell in temples made with hands, as the prophet says. But that's a New Testament, Old Testament contradiction. You know what I'm saying? Because all those Old Testament passages tell you that he dwells in a temple made with human hands. And then Acts is telling you that he doesn't dwell in a temple made with human hands.
But so everything's like, from what I see, it's like things have to be like black and white. It can't be like part of the time, because it would be true to say he does dwell with men if what I said was true. Like just on the one day of the year in this one certain part of the temple or the tabernacle, right? So in that case, both things would be true. Most of the time, he does not dwell in a temple made with human hands, and on this one day, he does dwell in a temple made with human hands. Like both things can be true. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both.
No, it can be one or the other. Because Acts doesn't mention that. Acts says he doesn't dwell in a temple made with human hands. That means he doesn't dwell in the Holy of Holies.
Yeah,
I
literally just addressed that. Like I don't live in Austin, Texas, at the Marriott Hotel, except for when I go over to Austin, Texas, once or twice a year and stay at the Marriott Hotel. But that's not my primary address. That's not where I live. However, for one day a year, I could live there. Like, I'm not understanding why that's so hard to understand.
But you live in houses made by human hands. So you can live there. And you probably will live there. But Acts is telling you that the Most High doesn't dwell in a temple made with human hands at all.
But does it say at all? Does it say he's never even been there? He doesn't even like you talking about it? Because
he doesn't dwell in a temple made with human hands, bro.
Yeah,
he doesn't
dwell
in a temple with human hands.
Most of the time he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. It's either he does or he doesn't.
Yeah, so like I said, everything got to be black and white with you.
Pretty much, because that's how your text talks. It talks black and white. All that shit that you talking about.
Black and white letters
listen,
there doesn't
all
mean
that shit that you talking about. Listen, all that shit that you talking about precept. A precept is a law. It's not take a little bit here, over here, and
a precept's not a law. Like literally by definition.
Yes, it is, bro. A precept is law upon law. It's a law upon law. It's a precept is.
Look it
it's
up.
not a fucking. It's not a little bit of. It's not a something. It's not a little bit of something over here to then put over here so you can make up your own headcanon, knowing damn well, like you admitted earlier, They corrupted the text,
And
which you admitted out of your mouth.
and precept does mean law or command. That's what a precept means, a law or commandment.
A
So you're
precept
not even using the precepts
is an
right.
idea that gets you to that. That's why it's a pre-concept. A concept is an idea,
Brother,
is
that's
a
not.
law or whatever. The precept is how
You're
you get to
confusing.
that.
You're confusing English with Hebrew. I'm thinking, but again, according to the Hebrew, all precept means is law. So when it says precept upon precept, all it's basically stating is law upon law. Because remember, in the law, you must have 2 to 3 witnesses. So again, it all goes back to the same thing: precept upon precept, law upon law, line upon line, here a little, there a little, and that's mostly talking about like I said, about laws. Like I was saying earlier, you don't need precepts for prophets. You don't need another prophet backing up another prophet. No, if Isaiah was given a prophecy, that's it. It only needs to be stated one time and one time only. I don't need other stories to collaborate or to show the fulfillment of it, whatever the case may be. You see what I'm saying? I don't need that. That's not the point. No, a prophet, you just get a prophecy and that's it. I
And
don't need.
dealing with the tenor meeting, this is what Jose really wanted me to bring on. Now we can end it after this. Talk about it and then we'll end it. There's a tenor meeting in the camp or outside the camp. And Exodus chapter 25, verse 8, and Numbers chapter 1, verses 50, which I'm not going to read Numbers chapter 1, verse 50 to chapter 2, verses 32. But they imply that the tenor meeting, it was inside the camp. The tenor meeting in the camp, yeah, it's inside the camp, meaning that the 12 tribes were around the tent. That means within the congregation, the communities, they were all situated around the tent, and the tent was in the middle, guarded by the Levites. Or it's how Exodus chapter 33, verse 7 to 11 says, it was outside the camp. That means Moses went outside the camp, pitched a tent of meeting in the tabernacle, and that's where it was situated. So was a tent of meeting inside the tabernacle, in the midst of the children of Israel? Or was it outside the camp?
It's supposed to be in the midst.
Supposed to be in the midst. And the midst means in the middle, right?
Correct.
Correct. So then go read Exodus chapter 33, verses 7 to 11.
Can you read it for me? I ain't got it right here.
Okay. You said you want me to read it for you?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'll read it for you. It's fine. I can copy and paste it. Come on.
You're saying you're going to where? Exodus what?
33, Exodus chapter 33, verses 7 to 11. I'll let you read it, Jose, because I can't pull this shit up right now. I don't know what's going on.
You said 33.
Yeah, verse 33, verses 7 to 11.
All right, this is Exodus chapter 33, verse 7. It says, and Moses took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the congregation. And it came to pass that everyone which sought the Lord went out unto the tabernacle of the congregation, which was without the camp. And it came to pass when Moses went up out unto the tabernacle that all the people rose up and stood every man at his tent door and looked after Moses until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass as Moses entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and the Lord talked with Moses. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door. And all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. What verse you want me to keep reading to?
And
11.
verse 11.
Okay. And the Lord spake unto Moses face to face, as a man speaketh to his friend. And he turned again into the camp. But his servant Joshua the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle.
Which he had no business being even in that tabernacle from the gate, but we're not even going to get into that. Jose knows why I even say that. So Joshua shouldn't have been in that tabernacle for the first place because only the Aaronites were allowed there. One. And Chilo just got done saying that the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, which surrounds the tabernacle, was in the midst of the Israelite people. But what are you reading here, Jose?
It said it was far off from them.
Far off, not within the midst. Against what the Aaronites preach, because the Aaronites preach it has to be in the middle. But here we have this not in the midst of the children of Israel. It's being pitched outside the camp. So what is it? Is it inside the camp, in the midst of the children of Israel, or is it outside the camp?
I would still say it's supposed to be in the middle, and then everybody's supposed to line up around them. But I would have to go back and actually read the context because, I mean, I wasn't ready for it. So I would have to look and see the context of why, in this instance, it was outside the camp. I mean, it's a good point. I'm glad you brought it up, but I'm sure there's a simple explanation.
Well, I hope there is. It doesn't have to be tonight, but I hope there is. Because as you read there, it's not in the middle. It's not in the midst of the children of Israel. It's outside the camp.
And again, this is why, like I said, the brother was bringing out certain like contradiction. What people would say, just contradictions. It's not even like I said. We even said it from the beginning. It's not really contradictions. It's just that remember it all depends about the author or what time period, under what rulership, and all that has to come into play. People, that's all we've been showing you, people. So we're not actually saying contradictions. What we're actually saying is that we have to take in account to what was going on around the certain time periods that these scribes were writing, the Torah and the prophets. That's all. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like I've been saying, like I said, the whole book is just to test you. You know what I'm saying? To test you out, bro. Test that spirit, man. You gotta use that inner spirit, that inner being to let you know. Because at the end of the day, we all have to be honest. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people have turned the book into an idol. And I've been saying this for a minute. People have these Old Testament saying, "Oh, you guys are idol worshippers because you worship Christ," and I tell them, "Well, you guys worship the book. Like, yo, first of all, I didn't need a book to tell me that there was a God. I didn't need a book to tell me that killing was bad. I didn't need a book to tell me that stealing and all this stuff was bad. Didn't your spirit that's within you let you know these things? Because you obviously have spirits out there that don't know these things." You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like I said, man, that's why even in the scriptures tell you, to test the spirits. What do you talk? When the scripture says to test the spirits, what you think that is just talking about people? No, bro. It's talking about all the entities, the dark entities that are amongst us, including the Bible. Because again, that's why I keep telling people like there's good things in the Bible, bad things in the Bible. Think about this. Why is the Bible the most published book in the world to the point where you can just read every Bible in every damn hotel room in America?
There's also contradictions
Propaganda.
between the commandments too. I ain't get into that, but we're not going to get into that tonight. If anything, Chilo, look, I appreciate you for getting on questioning. If you want, you can add me on Facebook, and I have plenty of posts dealing with contradictions. And you could call me if you want to discuss it with me. I'll be much obliged to speak to you. Just
How do I have Facebook, but I don't know much about that. So how do I find you? Like,
just go on. You see my name is on here, Luxu Luxifa. Just look my name up. Just look up Luxu, and I'll pop up.
okay, just Luxu.
Yeah, Luxu, and the rest will pop up. And I'm Jose Vega's friend, so I'll pop up on his mutual or whatever, and I'll pop up. If you want to give me a call, I'll be open to dialogue with you, and I can go over some more because obviously he has work and I have work. We can't go. We've already been off of over 4 hours, so
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, and I'll look you up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, like I said, man, like just continue. I'm very sure it's going to be a part, it'll probably be a part 7 series to this discussion. In the
So I'm gonna be
future.
back on. I'm definitely gonna be
Yeah,
back on. We're gonna discuss it.
yeah,
So
to bring out more things out to the people. Because we all have to take it serious. You know what I'm saying? If we're all claiming that we're all looking for knowledge and with all sincerity, then we have to do it. And we have to stop looking at this mindset of worshiping a book. You know what I'm saying? Because like I've been telling people, man, we didn't need books. And again, most of our stuff was always oral, anyways. Even when we were in Egypt, we didn't have a written Torah, right? But
mhm.
we had the laws according to Psalms. What is it, 147? Jacob had the laws, judgments, statutes, and judgments. You think he didn't teach his kids? Of course he did. This is why Louis has been stressing about even the vegetarian law. Where did the saying that was way before they got the written law, but they were still practicing these certain customs. Why? You see what I'm saying? Because we had oral laws, we had oral traditions that we passed on orally before it had to be written down. And even if you think about it, even in the New Testament, it even tells you that the laws were made for who? According to the New Testament, it says the law was made for the sinners.
And that's even backed up. If you actually read the Essenic book of Moses, you can look it up. The Essenic book of Moses is along with the Essenic book of Jesus or the Essenic gospel of peace. There's a portion with Moses where it tells you that's not in the Bible, but in the Bible that Moses brings down the commandments. He sees the golden calf and he breaks the tablets, and then he rewrote the commandments. He rewrote the same commandments he did on the second tablet. But we read in the text that doesn't happen because there's two different commandments within the Levitical text that we're reading. But if you read the Essenic book of Moses, I can't remember what it's called exactly, but in that book, Moses, when he breaks the tablets, the Most High tells him that the laws that you wrote on the first set that you broke, don't ever write them again. You're going to keep them in your heart because only the children of light can keep them. This next law you're about to write is going to bind the children of darkness. It's going to bind the people that are on the lower law. So that's just giving credence to what Hosea is saying, that the law that you actually consider the Ten Commandments is actually binding upon your soul. It binds you. The higher law is not in writing, is in words only. It was oral. And you have to understand that a lot of the Israelites were illiterate people. They couldn't read or write. So they spoke through oral tradition, and that's how they taught. And they used signs and signals and shit like that. So just like it tells you, before Israel ever had a king over them, everyone did was right in their own eyes. It wasn't until the kings popped up that the doctrines of Moses started to be corrupt. It was with the monarchy. From King Shaul, King Saul, onward. Why? Because power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So,
Except Jesus.
who's saying that?
And now I said, except Jesus. He's that king
What
that
do you?
don't corrupt.
Yeah, if you want to consider him a king, but Jesus is not my
Well,
Lord and Savior. You know what I'm saying? So I respect it.
yeah, I mean, he ain't for everybody. He only came for the lost sheep. But I appreciate you taking the time to tell me where you coming from and all that. And yeah, I'm sure we'll be dialoguing more because, I mean, I'm not convinced, but I'm certainly willing to look.
Yeah, well, I'm not here to quickly convince you. You got to do your own research for that. I'm not here to convince. I'm just here to put the information out, and that's it. That's why I got on here, did what I did, and as you see, it was pretty chill for the most part. No arguments for the most part, but at least between me and Jose. And that's it. Somebody actually said they wanted to see Jose wild out, like a person, like a diabetic or some shit like that on the Guardians of Truth, but he wasn't wilding out. You know what I'm saying? And I should do good on this topic because he also believes in contradictions in the Bible and shit like that. But since he wants to be front and center and he wants to be seen by everybody and he wants to hate on my mans over here, he doesn't want to show up on his platform. He wants to be on a neutral platform, which is not going to exist. But it is what it is, you know? We're just here to be edified. And that's it. All that extra shit about talking and dropping addresses and meeting people up to fight and shit like that, that ain't going to go down. You know, we're just going to discuss things. If we disrespect each other, we fucking squash the shit, leave it alone, apologize to one another, and that's it. Just like I apologize to you right now for coming at your neck. You know what I'm saying? I can get passionate just like anybody else. I'm only human. But, you know, I stand where I stand just like you stand where you stand.
Well, I appreciate the apology, and likewise, I was out of line with my mouth. I do that sometimes.
No problem.
That's what I like to hear.
All right, all set, bro. I appreciate you bringing me on, bro. We're going to do this again.
All right.
All right, bro. Have a good night.
All right, man. Shalom. Shalom.
You too,
Shalom.
Sheila.
Have a good night.
Bro.
Yep, that was a pretty good build tonight. Pretty good build. Let me get this out of here. Yeah, so I know I'll probably have another discussion probably this week, probably with Eric Nieves. Hopefully he'll come on. Because I know he's been wanting to have a dialogue with me one on one. So I'm going to make that happen. And then I'm probably gonna, matter of fact, I'll probably do a response video to Ayash's weak little attempt that he did. So I have to come at Ancient Hobbit's neck real quick. Try to make a little 18-minute video, an 18-minute video of the dialogue that I had with was it Yeshua and Shamar. Horrible, bro. Horrible. It's kind of sad that you could tell like the hatred that brother has for me, that he's so blind that he thinks that he's actually making good points when he's actually not at all. Like his little 18-minute presentation on his little live, I'm going to dismantle every single part of it because again, Ayash doesn't know what he's talking about at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do what I do best and show how Ayash doesn't know what he's talking about, trying to critique me. That's kind of funny. But I must tell you, brothers and sisters, to Shalom. I hope you guys enjoyed the live. Like I said, I should probably be on the next, probably tomorrow, to drop that, probably like a 30-minute response to his little video. Show you how he don't know nothing that he talks about. Oh, man. But then after that, like I said, I'm be on the next couple of days, whatever. And with that, I'm gonna say Shalom, Shalom, Rudy, Shalom, Shaya, Yadik. You can debate on my platform. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I just find it embarrassing that Ayash is scared to come on a platform and have a discussion. I think that's pretty sad. And saying I don't think that it would go off as long as we keep it scriptural, or talk about your doctrine or whatever, as long as you don't try to get on some personal shit, what I'm saying, then it should be a good dialogue. But everybody knows who's the debater out of the two, so that's one thing he knows better about. And with that, I'm gonna say Shalom. Tune in tomorrow.